and she has to free him by buying him with gold dust. Gold was very useful then, including to get partners, as it is in the Trump's era now. Price is very high. But healing social rift, healing socio-pathological blocks, bringing people together is one of the great works of leaders. It's more than technicians. And she does this job because there is a chief whose son has gone into a coma, and 𝐂𝐸𝐴𝐶, unlike how it is represented in Molam and drawings, actually he's not dead, he's just in coma. And she points her finger at his heart, utters mantra, and spits into his mouth, and he's revived. And Chief Dana Ayu then offers gold. This gold is paid to the master of the slave, who becomes her partner for life. He's there throughout his life. Anyway, she carried gold like all the Tibetan disciples did to receive teachings from Indian master. It was never free. Gampopa took gold from Tibet. So he also takes gold. She also takes, but she is robbed of her gold at Erong in Nepal. No offense to Nepal, but she was robbed there. And so this is the drawing of very specific names of the Nepali chiefs are there, ladies. So I don't think it's a thermal literature, it's actual historiography. And I put the Pandit little bit farther away because Pandit had not been able to solve this problem before. And then the chief Dana Ayu has to be paid in gold. There is the wife, according to historical costume. She's drawn. She's weighing the gold offered by 𝐸𝐸𝐴𝐶. And here is Acharya Saleh, who is identified by Y, because Guru gives him physical descriptions of webbed hand, pimple here, and clockwise hair bundle, sharp eyes, and so on and so forth. She also pays a visit to Bauddhanath. It's already there, Bauddhanath. In my drawing style, it's a structural one, just like architecture. I have to first draw naked people. So you would be a bit surprised to see her naked, but that is really Dzogchen. And now finally she offered again gold to Bauddhanath here. And Bauddhanath then had peasants only around it, so I paint goats and all here. And she meets Sakyadeva at that time in Nepal, and they have a conversation, and he tells Sakyadeva that I practice generation and completion stage. This is then a theory now in pictures of creation and generation. So if you look at the left side of the drawing, human brain before meditation is like one occupied by octopus. Octopus is the most advanced animal. Just now, I'll conclude. So, what the body and the brain does, as it is there in Abhidharma, is always ever present. Capacities are interest and intention, sempa, contact, rekpa, and consciousness of body in the space, sarwa, feeling, attention, yilajepa. And there was a lot of, and then perception and dushe. So there was a lot of discussion on all these things. How do you drive your faculties towards some goal or so? Yeah, so the octopus represents that. Now, the external world here is represented by Sengdongma. I just painted Sengdongma. It's coming as a pulse is coming into your head, and then it falls in a mind moment, as Abhidharma calls. But it's a mechanical image only in your head. You don't recognize it, what it is. You just see a picture, but you cannot identify, classify, categorize, conceptualize anything. To do that, you then refer to Abhidharma, Dharmakirti's Aphawa and Dinaga's Aphawa theory. It's an exclusion process. Your mind has to exclude in the world every class of objects that is not Sengdongma. In Western cognitive science, it is not exclusion process. It is a collection of common characteristics that belong to some object called statue. So anyway, little bit of difference. Now, main point I want to make is that as soon as this classification exclusion process takes place, the image is cognized conceptually now as statue. Now this is the object in your head. As soon as you recognize it is a concept, conceptualized object as a statue, the sense of I develop, because object and subject is now created. And in Buddhism, as you know, there is always a lot of preference over non-conceptuality, non-conceptuality. So concept is formed. Now you are now bound within this dualistic framework. How to get out of it? The one way it is suggested from Vajrayana is this practice of generation and completion state. In the generation stage, I would like to complete by saying that, put an end to my talk by saying that, like a painter is painting an image with a brush, the image is created in your head once again. Once again, it is constructed with all topographic details, like a 3D in your head. You can enlarge it, shrink it, change it, color it. If it is really possible for you to do that, your brain would become far more advanced than computer, possibly. It's not possible to do that. I would say I have been also attempting it. Very, very difficult. Anyway, once it is enlarged and fill your awareness, now you hold it. That's the completion stage. It is actually a solidifying visualization. Now, having done this, now you demolish it one by one, disappearing slowly, and weakening the subject-object structure. In brief, this is the theory. After that, there is another kind of framework. You're still experiencing something or the other, some phenomena, but the framework has completely changed because it's not a subject-object duality framework. That is the, and so I represent it as a blank over there. But somebody would like to put Buddha nature or something like that. I represent it just as a blank. Finally, after that, she is sent to practice the 8 hardships. 8 hardships. 𝐸𝐸𝐞𝐬𝐸, 𝐷𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸, 𝐶𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸, 𝐷𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸, so many of them. Most people now, I would like to submit, is want straight away high pay, comfort, and so on and so forth. But the one doorway towards flourishing is always some hardship. I think this is often forgotten in planning also. Including the top bureaucrats, has to undergo some hardship. So anyway, this is, some of these take place in Singgizong, but the most famous one take place in Paro. 𝐷𝐸𝐸𝐸 takes place in Singgizong. 𝐷𝐸𝐸𝐸 also Singgizong. 𝐷𝐸𝐸𝐸 in Parotaksang, because she is taking Chilen and she falls sick and almost mad, and a lot of blisters on her body, and finally she says she immense pleasure from every pore of her body. So this is in Singgizong, Takze Domde, also of Jikpa. So I finalized this in one go, all the 8 hardships. And then she goes back to Tibet. and along with her companions and Acharya Saleh, and met Guru Rinpoche once again in Wonphu Taksang. And there she takes back, I'm concluding, really concluding in 2 minutes. She takes with her also one disciple known as Tashi Chiden. Her original name was Chiden because she was coming from a nomadic family, a daughter of a king of Khoma. Now it is very clear that Tashi Chiden is not from Bhutan or not the daughter of Singh. There is no reference in the Sindhu Raja Ilung Tenselu Melong at all to this. It's a myth. She really is a daughter of King Hamre of Mon, that is Khoma. So she becomes a disciple of Khandri Sogyal, and she follows her through Paro Taksang and to Tibet. And she is also renamed as Chiden, not Chiden, not dog uplifter, but uplifter of all human beings. So then I must make this point because there's a lot of myth going around. No support in text. So then they have this Jitutame Purba consecration ceremony, during which both the Khandumas are participating, Chiden and Tashi Chiden and Yishi Sogyal, both. One manifest, Yishi Sogyal manifest once again as Vajra Barahi, and Tashi Chiden manifest as Tigress. I really don't know what it means, all this thing, but it says that Woto, so some kind of a laser beam type of image came and hit Paro Taksang, and one hit Kham Taksang. The purpose is said to be pacification of these lands forever. Anyway, these are the final drawings. I put rhododendron and all to localize the picture. Finally, this one. And then she retreats to Shambhagang, where she actually passes away later on. And at Shambhagang, she is assaulted by 7 bandits who rapes her. I did not shy away from representing this because during the assault, she also converts them to another level by the technique of 4 joys, 4 blisses. This is very much present in Naropa's cycle also. So, and behind the back is Kuntosang Poyabyum, which is also fictional, of course. It's just a mental representation, not. I also painted another less sexual version of this because it's very difficult in the West to not get shocked by these images. Finally, she passes away. Finally, she passes. There are many drawings I have to do, but this is the concluding one. She passes away in Shambhagang, in the sort of witnessed by 11 of her closest disciples, witnessed by. And finally, this is the one. They are fully clothed now, warm. And they notice, they notice that what is left behind is bridge of the nose, hair, teeth, and nails and skin. But her body has dissolved into Jali. But they also see up in the sky somebody like her disappearing in the blueness. So with this, it is my profound apologies for the delay of lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dasho, for such a brilliant presentation. We have no words for your artistic expression. Thanks, Dasho. Now, we will have 2 questions from the audience, if anyone has got any question. Two questions will be, as I'm told, will be permitted. believe there are no questions. Everyone is eager to go out and have lunch. That's why. Thank you so very much. Thanks. Thanks.
Just a quick reminder, like announced in the morning, we will be having a group photo session after the lunch. So please join us for the group photo session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Your Most Eminence, 𝐕𝐻𝐻 Rinpoche, His Eminence 𝐶𝐞 Rinpoche, Dolru Tuku Rinpoche, and Dorji Lopen, and all the Mahasangha. Good afternoon. And now I would like to call upon stage our most venerable Ani Jamyang Pemo. And it is such a fortunate day for today. And we will be guided, we will be having a guided meditation led by her most venerable Anila. And I will not go into too much of details. I will just tell you our most venerable Ani Jamyang Pemo, she has done 3-year retreat for 3 times. So it is so fortunate that we are able to see such a figure in a women form. So it is such a special moment for now. We have in the audience, presided by His Eminence 𝐕𝐻𝐻 Rinpoche, and all the eminent Rinpoches and Khenpos are here. And now to interpret our most venerable Anila, I have Dr. Tashi Chiden, whom I don't actually need to introduce, but still then, she is the director of the Nun Foundation of Bhutan, and she will serve the interpretation today. Thank you.
Start now. So Anila will speak in Shachop, like Eastern Bhutanese language, and I will do my best to translate in English to you all. So thank you.
Laso ne tinong sanga dorji tekbe jezum chemo tengapa ngam shiba nanga jon nangkan ne kepoda dobonyong kan kebobada ne piske jon nangkan ne simin bada ne tinong tananga shung nangkan gudin chejing chengsum tamjegarang kusosang bowa ne shunja.
I would like to greet good afternoon to everyone today, because I'm going to give a short guided meditation to everyone.
Ni odo tinong sanga ka korge odo aba desum nangsa shu sanga ka korge adekini sanga ka nanga namisemi odo yekpe nawa manawa mangpo choge tini ni odo ni jigi omchang yekpe marungpaga te shun jungtan denela ni lamadang khandrobaki separse ani shunja.
In Sangha teachings, like sacred teachings, there are so many restrictions, whether do's or don'ts, there are many. So in case if I commit some of those, please forgive me.
네, 지 tinong juli kyoga migde hangilaya ne shunela ni jaga tinong shini gomthanga korge tushulya ni shunjala.
So today I will start with Shine, which is the Anapana and Vipassana, if you say in Sanskrit. So that's the basic foundation I would like to explain.
니 신이더 간 보니 항도부터가 차탄제야 니 슌한데네라 니 쪼랑 아이틴 규가 초간 니 네몽바 대차 시당 띠몽하기 차도 라소피 네몽바 rakpaba 신이 아니 니 아이틴가 셈케보 남동거 왕가 마쇼바니 니 회차가 통과 아니 네니 아니 초간 돌가 신이 아니 액자길라.
Basically, what Shine is called is to tame the defilements, 3 defilements. One is attachment, anger, and ignorance. So when you practice Vipassana, Anapana, which is called Shine and Lakthong, so when you practice that, you have to, the main goal is to subdue these 3 defilements.
네, 신이 곰비교와 쭉 한길래야 네 전텐데네라 네 에텐가 규가 네 학통 학통 개보랑가 규가 깨비케넬라 네 곰바랑 네 우도 신이 개보 마곰바가 개보니 우도 학통 깨비가 타마웨티니 곰바랑 신이 곰비교와 개보 운유길라 네 슌자.
So why Shine, the basic fundamental foundation first? Because you have to go step by step. There is no way you can practice Lakthong before Shine. So Shine is the first step, and then you go on to Anapana is the first step, and then you go on to Vipassana, which is Lakthong. So that's the basic rule.
니 우도 신이 곰비간가 보니 리니 개보 남낭 취딘 안 쯧비자 니 슌자 니 오늘 리니 남낭 취딘 개발수니 이닝 니 제리가 드빈 기보 송한 브스킨 차자스 길라 니 슌자 니 오늘 아데기 니 소소라 한제 아닐라 니 아이틴슈 사당사민가 개발투르기 아니 아이틴 아이 곰비간가 니 아이틴 라마게 시주나니 니 탑당 시랍가 개발 아니 빡니 아니 니 아이슈 니 자민 아데기 니 비키퉁 조스바감니 니 연벌로가 게 피스게 아니 핀자 안 슌자 자민케 니 사복슈니 에버케 피스게 탄자 니 아이 자민 아데길라 자민 아오게 때니 니 셰럽 기랑신 길라 닥바가 다가 다친가 아니 니 연벌로가 게 피스가 아니 탄자 안 슌자.
So first of all, to explain to you about the posture of meditation, to begin with, we follow the 7 meditative postures. So that's called Namnam Chidin. And for that, the difference is between the male and female practitioners. The difference is when you sit cross-legged, the male always puts the right leg outward. But here, for female, the left leg should be outward. So, it gives the connection of the thap and sherab, which is wisdom. So male is sherab, which is wisdom. So that is the message.
니 리니 조상 브라진 박니 이닝 주빈기 송마 부스케랑길라 아니 슌자니 오늘 통과 아니 탄타니 니 오늘 리니 조스박감니 케빈게 보 항제야 아니 슌탄데넬라 니 비케보고 브란 더지기퉁 아니 조스비켄제 니 오늘 더지기퉁 조스박감니 니 아이가 툴세게 룽다간 게보 니 우마가 자 우마가 난가 눕종마감니 니 오늘게 아니 아이가 녜몽바 차도 케보신자 아니.
So when you sit cross-legged and the backbone is straight, so then your the channels are straight. So it's called Uma, Tsa Uma, the middle channel, chakra middle channel is straight. So through that channel, the posture is very important.
니 보가당 냠샤 아니 차케보 냠샤 아니 타워게 되니 니 중화시 좋아하는 게 중화룽 개보기 자 엄마가 눕종마감니 니 냠몽바 제단 개보신자.
So there are 4 elements when you sit straight, and then when you do chanyamsha, that means the hands should be kept properly in a meditative posture, and then that there is a wind that it goes through the middle Zauma channel, so that is the hand posture.
니 숨버쇼 아이가 칭강 동신 개포 창니 아니 니 우도 팡마 개포 자기가 쇼포프스겐 아니 우도 칭단 징버기 띠니쇼 니 중화사가 룽 개포 오모가 눕 종목감니 니 아이틴가 니 몽바 띠모 개포 신자니.
So I told you about the 7 postures of meditative posture. So when it comes to the shoulder, how you do is like the vulture swing. They talk about like how it should be is like vulture swings, like straight, like little bit upholding. So that represents that time with the wind. When you talk about these 4 elements, for the hand gesture is wind, and now it's sa. The pungbagashu sa. So that's earth element for the shoulder gesture.
니 amcha aiga udo ngang tik tang kurse ani tik tang nen sam thor awagi ti ni onya geshu ni atin junga me ga lung kheba ni umaga tanyup jongma kam ni mong pa de che ke bo shincha ni.
Then your chin has to be a little bit not like this, but it has to bend a little bit, and that is that one of the jungamigi element of fire it represents, and the fire element going through the channel.
니 아이가 밍닉 진 개보쇼 니 나웅 통계 아니 냐타니 고니 니 리가 통계 가다 아박당아 칩니 아니 오늘 아와기 띠니쇼 니 중월룽가 룽 개봐 니 아야 중 오도 우마가 가다 누종마감니 니네 몽방아길 개보신자니.
So when the eyes should be gazed from the tip of your nose at a certain distance when you do meditation, and then that's where you're supposed to have the the wind element. You clarify the wind element that's going through the channel. That's how you are supposed to visualize.
니 오늘에 뭐 방학일 개포시니 아니 니 아iten가 셈 개포 세토토 아니 리니 니 오늘 릭베기시기 차 개포 용니 니 아이가 셈기 넬로 개포 통메가 오다가 개변자 아니 존재.
This way, if you try to practice every day the meditation this way with the right posture and right channels, then you will gain the peace in your mind.
니 우툴리니 저스바가 표현 개보 한다 보제 아니 슌탄데넬라 니 고포 페탐 들슈넬라 니 고보 7일베 장송압제가 니 랑상게 슈크실제 칸상 잘라 turgi 니 오도 장송압제가 니 리니 조탕 개보 옌비니 니 오늘 장송압제 개보 랑장춤 용파가 땀지자 아니 슌자.
There was a can you say again the monkey gachla
살라기 니랑상게 슈퍼가 제버기올라 오늘 제니 니슈 살라기 냐타 장송압제가다니 오도 니 리니 조스탕게 보인 비니 아니 니슈 장송압제게 보니 랑상게가 고홍룡파 니기올.
So during Buddha's time there was 5 no 장송압제. I couldn't natalmala. There was 500 saints during Buddha's time, and there was he then the monkey was supposed to teach. Monkey was teaching how to use this position, meditative posture. So that's when they thought this was very important, that 7 postures of meditation.
니 신이 곰탄데넬라 표현 개보 한다부터 제야 니 슌탄데넬라 니 상이 좀 된데기 니 데코나 니 템페가 도가 한데 송마제야 니 슌넬라 샤리부 아니 강기 켈포니 켈베버도 니엠보에 강기 세겔 똑베 연sam직도 띵이진 공부 세남펠 아니 송마자 오늘 부스킨 니 아이 켈퍼가 버가 치년 초게다 니 세겔 똑보 윤섬 turni 오도 지니 개보 곰탄데넬라 세남 개보다 칠레 아니 송마자 진짜.
What Buddha has said is that what Shariputra has said during Buddha's time is that no matter how long you practice, if you focus on meditation, even a second, sogul means this split of second, that is more important than you doing all the other activities throughout your life.
네, 아이바부 오늘 브스킨니 마옹파가 우두시니 곰니니 랑기 셈킨데 로케 보통메가 텐들가 아니 니티농 니 깔망가 황투 아이바부 곰게 아니 슌첼라.
So therefore, in order to create this temdel, good omen for the future liberation, so let's practice just for a few minutes of meditation.
네, 아다 곰보감니부 니 셈케포슈 항든 탈레야 아니 슌탄데날라 니 아게 셈케포슈 니 고포레 안춤칸 케부 녹삼부 마땅마니 니 칭칭 알리가 녹삼부 마땅마니 니 오마 안추간 케부가 녹삼 하라 마땅마니 니 데모옹다다 디숭마 녹삼 항가라 녹삼 마땅마 안타니 니 굽가 랑가 굽고 오마 항라 니 아이틴 찌땅가 아니 아이 곰베갑가 아니라 믹틴 투르구파 케비켄자 니 오마 케포 믹틴 케비가 만탄데네부 니랑가 굽가 틴 미초와 항라무 오녀가다 니 고니 아니 셈 케포 오녀가 틴이 아니 곰보감 직비 아니 슌자 니 오녀가 합두 레레 투르고니 니셈 마영파 아니 셈 브라가다 마영파 아니 곧비 아니 슌자
Usually, when you do meditation, you are not supposed to think about the three times, like past, present, and future. So in order to do that, we usually have something, object in front of you. But since you we don't have any object, but whatever you want to focus your eyes on in front of you, you can do that.
곰베가 곧수게 아니 슌자
Now I'll tell you how to.
린니 남낭 치딘 이닝 아다 주빈게 송낭 모브스케랑길라 슌첼라.
So last time, on the first day, our Doji Lupin has mentioned about the 7 postures of meditative posture. So you just sit, and that time Anila was saying, for females, keep your left foot outside, and for males, right foot outside of your kiltung.
네, 착부 냠시쮸트 보감니 아이사민 버슈 네 연볼로가 같게 탈레야니 슌제.
So for the hands, same thing. You keep your left hand on the top of the right hand for females, and for males, your right hand on the top of the left. 냠샤.
네, 이닝 숭마 브스케라 니 아다 칭강동신게 보창니 니 아다 뿡뻔닉징 예 팡마닉징 해보냐단 아니 원 졸리켈리안 슌제.
So straighten your backbone and then lift your 2 shoulders like a vulture's wing.
네, 오도 아이팅가 로즈 니 강다스 틱탕 님긴 돌 아이 아니 슌제.
And little bit bend your chin down.
네, 리퉁 개보가다 아박당 익비미샤 쪽고 아박당 갔다 저니 아니 네 노원 컵던 익진가 잠다수 좋아 돌아니 이탈리켈레 아니 슌제.
So your tongue has to touch the upper jaw, and then leave a little gap between the 2 lips so that you can breathe through the mouth.
네, 민슈 나운가 통게 아니 돕당 갔다 냐다 아니 고니 온철리길라 슌제 냐다 느랑가 국가 항람 오니 갔다 민니.
And your eyes should be gazing from the tip of the nose to in front of you.
ai gompe ga godang ba adeki ni yinrimu ani go ni choli marba ani shunja sem ke boge choli manalami ni onu adeki din ke bo thumu ani gompe ganga ni din ke bo nyungpu ani jangkha shu jangkha da sumangpu ani gompe khele ani shunja.
When you are beginner, you should not do long durations of meditation. You should do several times short duration.
ni dasu jangwa chudigi ni gomni yinring mo dedigi shu ni shu tiktang yinring mo ani gomni ni thinga jangkha shu nyungpu ani gompe ani shunja.
So when you get used to, then you can extend your time according to your own pace.
ni odo jini kompokamni ni penpo kepo hangdabuje ani shunilla jangtenga nyamyong kepo ke shunja ani shunja ni jang ni omasakpo ni ada 척친가 쪼텐이랑 장 닝구 척친 공부 아니 shunja ni ning samshu naruchiru kepo 필요 아니 shunja ni 장 참기쇼님 ning adlani 닉증 삼방 슈된자 아니 ni 오늘 강가 장 고po 장 마곰비 강가당 곰비 강가 케버트 줄래 아니.
I was in the retreat, like Kembo mentioned. She did a 3-year retreat 3 times, and then she just came out from, she did Naruchiru 3 years, and that is 6 yogas of Naropa, like we all know. So Chakchen, and just came out recently, and now would like to share with you some experience, personal experience.
네, 장고 보고 마곰비갑가 한테 앉아야늘라 장가sem가 네 차정투로 이비게 항토로 이거다 보 항토로 아워부스킨 네 장가셈 개불기 부마페라 마와니 네 투로네 티농남니 웍자바 오도 셈감가 네실라 이쁘부센 장가보 운다부터 초기사 아니미나 아니 슌자.
So when I was younger, before I did the meditations and the retreat, I used to have some problem with my mental problem, like not a problem, but feelings, like you get hurt very easily, and like you did not have this balanced, peaceful mind. Like these days, nowadays, for the youth, younger generation, also I feel that these are some of the things might be going on as an adolescent, teenager.
니 정부 오도 닝 겔로 캐톨게 장 참관dom니 네오나게 고쪽니 장 응연로게 고르마니 피니지네 고미 고쪽되게 니 장가 오뉴 차장 개보 행상께라 쌍페레바 아니 네 오뉴 개보 시네가 퀴핀 기올라 시네게 판독 볼라닥바지 하고 아니 슌젤.
So after I mean previously this also Anila told me the story about this, and it's when after going through all these vigorous retreats and meditation, I realized that has gone away. All of a sudden realized, and she then knew that it's the benefit of the meditation and the retreats.
네 오늘 벌써 장가 판독 벌써 니 타난가 주건 바기 쯔버가니 탐진기랑 니 장가 우도 나가 탄 바기 탐지기라 우도 신이 곰비가 우도 곰낭메가 레워자 니 슌젤라 니 오너가 지 티농 마세네 부지 신이가 고기 줄리가 고검용 버가 교회 자와가 되니 아니 니 아이 타가 존난칸 탐지기 째니 마주남 카다니 베셈젠 탐지랑 니 신이기 구조니 아니 랑가 셈기 오도 넬로케포 똑베레비가 멜럼자 아니 슌자.
So therefore I wish to help those who are in need through this meditation, through this Shine meditation, and today, since I got this opportunity to share with you all, and I dedicate and I pray that it will benefit everybody. And
선음데 탐제 세보니 탐니 네베 잔음 팜제 젠케가 나제 벌론도 시베 솔레 존남 저워이슈.
Thank you very much. You are most venerable Anila, and then our wonderful translation. And now it is time for us to engage in deeper philosophical engagement. So for doing so, we have to go to upstairs. So without making much of a commotion, let's proceed upstairs. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. The speakers, if they can come here, please. We are waiting you to start. Thank you.
Respected distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and dear participants, good afternoon and welcome to the session. I'm 𝐂𝐞𝐬𝐿, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the chair of the session, Dr. Alexandra Brunelli, a highly respected medical doctor and specialist in maxillofacial surgery with over 2 decades of experience in both clinical and academic fields. Dr. Brunelli graduated in medicine and surgery in 1994 and specialized in maxillofacial surgery in 2001. She served with distinction as a consultant at San Camillo Forlanini Hospital in Rome until 2022. Dr. Brunelli has since dedicated her work to an integrative approach to healing, one that unites traditional medicine with pneuma, transpersonal psychology, and complementary therapies. Since 2012, she has been a facilitator in pneuma studies, leading training in amplified states of consciousness internationally, incorporating psycho-spiritual insights into clinical practice. Her diverse clinical portfolio includes neural therapy, homeopathy, acupuncture, ozone therapy, and quantum medicine. She's also engaged in cutting-edge research and education, serving as a professor at Spyro Haret University in Bucharest and in transpersonal psychotherapy training in Timisoara. She is currently completing a master's in neuroscience in Rome and a PhD in philosophy with specialization in psychological investigation in Mexico. Dr. Brunelli's work exemplifies a multidimensional vision of health, honoring the physical, emotional, and spiritual uniqueness of each individual. With this, please join me in welcoming the session chair, Dr. Alexandra Brunelli. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm very grateful to be here and to participate as chairman in this afternoon. So I would like to start, thank you all the organization, all the people that has helped us to stay here, all the person that has collaborated, the technical part, all the part of the administration, the people that have cooked for us, the artist that has full our heart of beauty and show all of us that are here, because it's amazing to stay in this place where we can see many different culture, many different philosophy, but always thinking about to try to find a point from academy and spirituality. And this is open really the heart for the future. And we hope that this can try some very good tools for an enlightenment people. So I would like to introduce the speakers of this afternoon. And the first one is, we have the honor to have here the Professor Geoffrey Samuel. And he is an honorary associate at the University of Sydney, Australia, and emeritus professor at the Cardiff University, Wales, UK, from which he retreated in 2014 after an academic career in the UK, Australia, and New Zealand. His PhD was an anthropologist's study of Tibetan Buddhism in India and Nepal. His book include Mind, Body, and Culture, Civilized Shaman Buddhism in Tibet Societies, and the Origin of the Yoga and Tantra. His current research interests included Tibetan yogic health practice, Tibetan medicine, and learning how to understand consciousness and healing as embodied processes within planetary life. So the title of the conference of today is Why Did Tsa Lung become part of Vajrayana longevity practice? So welcome to Professor Geoffrey Samuel. Thank you.
Okay, can you all hear me? Right. Kusa everybody. I'd like to acknowledge the Central Monastic Body, the Centre for Bhutan and GNH Studies, and particularly Dashi 𝐶 and also the royal family who've been deeply supportive of all of this. It's a wonderful occasion and I'm very glad to be here. Okay, as Dashi 𝐶 mentioned when introducing me on Monday when I chaired the initial panel of the academic panel of this conference, one of the topics in Buddhist health practices that I've been working on for many years is longevity practice, or 𝐶, and he mentioned the well-known 𝐶 tradition, which was revealed in Bhutan in 1904, the 𝐓𝐡𝐞, which is a practice of the deity 𝐶𝐸𝐴, corresponding more or less to the Indian deity 𝐼𝐲𝐻. Today's paper isn't primarily about the 𝐓𝐡𝐞, but about a much earlier 𝐶𝐸𝐴 practice associated with a famous Indian woman teacher who is known in Tibetan as Drupad Gyalmo, the Queen of the Siddhas. We don't really know what she was called in her local language, but most of the Western scholars who discuss her use the name Siddharajni. So we don't know much about Siddharajni, but there's a well-known story which many of you may be familiar with in one version or another, which is about Jetsun Milarepa's student, Rinpoche. And Rinpoche received a longevity practice from Siddharajni on his last visit to India. In the story, Rinpoche is about to set off back to Tibet when his local guru, Tilbupa, sends him off to a show or entertainment of some kind in a local town. Maybe some sort of display of yogic power, I don't know. But anyway, there's this rather mysterious yogin there who looks at Rinpoche and says, "You have good potential for the Dharma, but you're going to die in 7 months' time." Rinpoche is understandably somewhat concerned about this. So he goes back to his guru Tilbupa, who it seems also knows that Rinpoche is going to die in 7 months' time. But he says, "It's all right. There is this woman who has realized 𝐶𝐸𝐴. Go see her, she'll help you." And so he goes off to Siddharajni. He does 7 months intensive practice under Siddharajni's direction. And she then tells him that he will now live for another 44 years. So he goes off back to Tibet, where Milarepa is very impressed to hear about all this and says, "This is a really profound practice. We don't have anything like this in Tibet." And he asks Rinpoche to give him the practice, which it does, and it's passed down through the Kagyu tradition. In fact, it seems a bit uncertain that Rinpoche ever met Siddharajni, but Siddharajni seems to have been a real enough person anyway. There are several texts by her in the Tengyo, including texts for this practice that I'm talking about here. So, this is a multiply rewritten paper, so finding my way around it may be a little bit challenging at times. But at any rate, none of the people who are in the lineage by which this practice is supposed to have been passed down through the Kagyu seem to have written about it until the 14th century when J. Gyaltsen Pelsampo, who's the founder of a Kagyu suborder called the Barrow Kagyu, wrote a text on it, or a series of short texts on it. And that was then picked up by other people. The Gedun Druk, the first Dalai Lama, as he later became known, wrote a commentary on this practice, which is largely based on Bharava, and he got it from several lines from Bharava. And it became quite important among the Gelugpa. In the Drukpa Kagyu, Drukchen Pema Karpo wrote extensively on the Siddharajana practices, and this became quite an important practice. I first learnt about it through a survey of Tsepame practices by a sort of minor Rime Lama called Solcho Lama. It's the first practice he discusses in his massive 4-volume collection, and part of the reason for this is that this is a supreme yoga practice, and it's the only one that appears to have come from India to Tibet. And this got me rather interested. Why should a longevity practice be a supreme yoga practice? Now, in formal terms, it's fairly easy to see why, because this practice has several sections which are essentially Kirim, development stage, and then at the end it has a short section which is in effect a Dzogchen, though it's not called that. Later generations of scholars like Bharava and so on did refer to it as Dzogchen. It's a Tsalung practice. And it's a Tsalung practice which is actually, it's quite similar to Tummo. It involves visualization of channels, flows and drops and the usual things. And it concludes the practice as a whole. But while that explains perhaps why this is classified as a supreme yoga practice, it doesn't really explain why the Tsalung is there and why a longevity practice should take this form. Because supreme yoga practice, or Anuttara yoga practice, as it used to be called by a lot of Western scholars, isn't generally about this worldly benefits like long life. It's about achieving Buddhahood. And so why did Siddharajani's practice include the Tsalung? So I should say a little bit more about Supreme Yoga Tantra. My apologies, because there are many people in this room who know much more about it than I do, and are much more experienced with it. But just to say something that's come up in various ways in several papers already anyway, which is that one of its primary features is it's divided into these two stages, the Kirim, creation, visualization, generation or development stage, the various ways it's translated, and the Dzogchen, fulfillment or completion stage. Now, the Kirim consists of very much the same sorts of practices that were already existing in Yoga Tantra, assuming that this comes after Yoga Tantra, which historically it seems to. Supreme Yoga Tantra practices got going in about 800 or so, as we can tell, in India, mainly in the context of the Guhya Samaja Tantra. So, Kirim consists of the visualization of deities, or creative visualization, imagination of deity in a mandala, the creative identification of the meditator with the central deities, normally, the reciting of praise to the deity, of mantras, connection with the deity, and the calling down of blessings from the deity. There are various ways in which these processes can be understood philosophically, and we had a bit of the complications here in Jacob Dalton's paper this morning. But in general, the deities who are visualized in Kirim are not thought of as illusory, although they are created by visualization. They allow the practitioner to make contact with real powers from whose spiritual benefit can genuinely be obtained. However, they exist essentially at the level of conventional reality. And here we get the sort of question which Jacob was talking about earlier, of different levels within conventional reality. This is certainly
as good as conventional reality gets, if you like. But Dzogchen practices, fulfillment or perfection stage practices, are aimed at the direct experience of ultimate reality, of seeing things as they really are, the state which is known in Sanskrit as Mahamudra or Chagchen in Tibetan. And in fact, phrases like things as they are, just as they are, dishin, dishingi, dikonanyi, translating tattva in Sanskrit, are very characteristic of early writings on Dzogchen and Mahamudra. And Siddharajani's Dzogchen section is actually called Dikonanyi Drup, the practice for attaining reality, not Dzogchen, though, as I said, later on it came to be called Dzogchen. As I said, it's very similar to Tummo, and here it's worth moving to some neuroscientific work which I've been associated with by the neuroscientist Maria Korzhevnikov, in which he looks at the sequence of deity yoga, such as you get in the generation stage, the Kirim, Tummo, and the non-conceptual practices such as Mahamudra, and argues that you can understand neurologically why these form a sequence and how the deity practice and the Tummo kind of focus and energize the body, the mind-body, in preparation for the Mahamudra, the direct insight into reality. I think this is a very interesting model. It's basically a fairly simple model, but it is interesting that she seems to have come up with these results. I've written a bit about this actually in an article with Maria in the recent Oxford Handbook for Tantric Studies, if anyone's interested in that. But what has all this got to do with longevity? One way to approach this question might be to say, what do we really mean by longevity anyway? And the Tibetan texts themselves, they use a variety of different words. And Sedru is probably the most common, and that's really an abbreviation for say Drupa or Jimedrupa, achieving the power of the city of long life or the city of immortality. And people also talk about Tsering. The first Dalai Lama uses that term mostly. And another term is Chilu, meaning something like deluding death or evading death. Now, extending life is fairly straightforward, but conceptually and even in Western terms. You could imagine that somebody who, like Rachungpa in the story, is 40 years old, might die within a few months, particularly in India in those days. He equally might live for another 44 years. You could also imagine that a suitable set of yogic practices might stimulate or fine-tune the immune system and the body's own defenses against potentially fatal illness, and so help to bring about this longer life. But deceiving death or achieving the city of immortality is something else again. What do these mean? There are a few Tibetans, of course, such as the famous yogic practitioner, bridge builder, theatrical innovator, Tangtong Gyalpo, who are held to have lived for well over a century. But I think Tibetans and Bhutanese are well aware that in the conventional reality within which we mostly live, sooner or later, everyone dies. This, however, is within conventional reality, in which we are separate individuals with distinct and separate selves. Arguably, death might look quite different from the point of view of ultimate reality. This seems to be what, for example, the 10th to 11th century Indian Buddhist scholar 𝐕𝐺𝐸 𝐸𝐾𝐻, Ngawang Drapa, as he's known in Turkey, argues in his well-known verse treatise on how to evade or deceive death, which is one of the texts that's quoted a lot in Tibetan writings in this area. The fourth and last chapter of his treatise discusses Vajrayana techniques for avoiding death, and it includes a section on Dzogchen practices. This begins with Tsalung and moves on to Mahamudra, the state or condition in which conventional reality is transcended and the true nature of reality is revealed. And 𝐕𝐺𝐸 𝐸𝐾𝐧 comments that at this level, the yogic practitioner no longer perceives death, which only arises because of false conceptions vikalpa in Sanskrit, nor does he perceive the many other Mara, nor samsara. So what this seems to be saying is that a way to avoid death is to move onto a plane on which death doesn't really exist or doesn't make any sense. And this is something that you can hear from contemporary lamas too. Changlin Rinpoche told me something very much like this when I first started working on this practice, that the real city of immortality is the realization of the illusory nature of our ordinary perceptions of space and time, and which of course is part of the attainment of Buddhahood as we conventionally understand it. If time is illusory, the duration of life is also without meaning. So, here perhaps we find the answer to the question of why Siddharajni ended her text, unlike all the earlier texts that we know of on longevity practice, with a Dzogchen section. It points towards a deeper and more fundamental transformation of consciousness than that in the earlier parts, leading to a level in which reality is seen directly, and death as such no longer has any meaning. And perhaps it was this that gave the practice its popularity. Certainly it was picked up by many later long life practices, both in the Samapa and in the Nyingmapa tradition, including the Chimes Sobtik, which has quite a lot of Tsalung in it. Now, the Buddhist tradition has, of course, all along aimed at a radical transformation of our experience of reality. Mahayana Buddhism combines this transformation with the uncovering within ourselves of the compassionate motivation of bodhicitta. So in some respects, Siddharajni's practice is taking us back to the core of the Buddhist tradition. It's pointing out that if you're all right, you can go ahead and go for practices which will extend your life, and there may be good dharmic reasons for doing this, but in reality, the tradition is aimed at something beyond this. But in closing, what I'd rather more want to point out is that I see this question of a radical transformation of consciousness as a central issue, particularly of our time, and I want to end with a few brief comments on that. We're living in a world in which the emotional manipulations of social media, the self-interested lies of populist politics, and the reality-transforming symbioses of human and artificial intelligence are becoming very much the environment within which we're living. And they're making it increasingly difficult for anyone to know what's really going on around us. At least that's my feeling. I'm getting very confused about what's going on. This is not so much a question of factual knowledge and logical reasoning. And that's all right, I'll finish in the next 2 minutes. Though Kozhevnikov's neuroscientific work suggests that the energizing and focusing effect of Vajrayana practice may help with factual knowledge and logical reasoning, I think the question that's important here is more one of a reshaping of human consciousness to deal with the new realities that we're being called on to inhabit, of finding a way to keep our balance within this increasingly scary and potentially dangerous new world, which is going to demand very different things of us. Above all, perhaps, is to recognize the commonality of all life, human and non-human, and the possibility of accessing the compassion and mutual care that the Vajrayana tradition sees as the inner nature of the universe, as the Dharmakaya, the Buddha nature. So if this is what Siddharajni's practice is pointing us towards, and I think in some ways it is, then finally perhaps we're entering an age in which it and its successors are going to be more relevant than they ever have. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your great exposition. And now, Dr. Ninda. He's a Tibetan doctor. He is clinical director at Ninda Clinic of Tibet Medicine and Holistic Healing in Boulder, in Colorado, and founder of the SOWA birthing method, president of Chapori, US, founded in 1986 by Venerable Trogawa Rinpoche, serving at the U.S. support chapter for Chapore Sawa Ringpa Medical College in India. She began study Tibetan medicine in 1999 within her interdisciplinary studies BA from Napoli University. She pursued advanced Tibetan medicine studies in Nepal and Chapore Tibetan Medical Institute Clinic in Darjeeling. Her MEMPA degree was confirmed by Qinghai Tibetan Medical College in Tibet and the Shangshung Institute of Tibetan Medicine. She holds a Master of Acupuncture from the Institute of Taoist Education and Acupuncture in the Horsey 5-element lineage, an associated adjunct at Napoli University. She teaches interns and students worldwide on anatomy, nutrition, meditation, Sowa Ringpa, and Buddhism and of life care. Thank you so much to be here. Thank you.
Tashi Chiden Kusuzambala. I wish to thank the Center for Bhutan Studies for hosting this wonderful event, and my greetings to all the venerables before me. And I wish to also thank my root guru, without whom I would not be a Tibetan physician today and would not be speaking on this subject, which I feel very passionate about as Vajrayana comes to the West. As a Tibetan doctor working in America, I sometimes find myself more as a translator than a doctor, because I'm encountering not only medical issues, which are quite serious, but I'm encountering a lot of people who are translating themselves, trying to understand Buddhism as a way of life, as a practice. So the body is a vehicle for enlightenment. It is really hard to become enlightened if you are distracted by illness. And this is exactly why Sowa Rigpa matters so much in this modern day and age, especially for practitioners, to understand that the body is a mandala. You can be in the 72,000 camp. I kind of happen to be in the 84,000 camp. It really depends on the sutra you are working with. But we have all of the elements, as so many people have explained over the last few days. And we're sort of having this merging of modern understanding of the gut-brain biome. We're understanding that there's channels. We know that perhaps like Parkinson's may actually go up the whole nerve system into the brain. So there's constant sort of sharing of ancient knowledge and modern medicine that is happening all the time. So we always begin and in the middle stay with understanding that marigpa, or ignorance, is the root cause of all of our illness on the body, mind, and spirit level. So that is to also say that ignorance is the root cause of all disease. So we have our grasping, our desire, our attachments, and we have our ignorance. And we have a false understanding often in the West that if we just become Buddhists, we'll be these very nice people and we're not going to have any problems, right? But then we cherish our root poison with such devotion while we're trying to be such good Buddhists. But what we really need to do is have a place to land. We have to learn what is our own basic nature, what is the main root poison that drives us. So we know, we've all heard, that Dharma is the great medicine, but we also know that medicine is the great Dharma. So we have very basic preliminary practices. And I come from a country where people just think preliminary means get it out of the way as fast as we can so we can move on to the bells and the whistles and the dorjes and the thigh bone trumpets and everything that they want to look like a really good practitioner. But there is a reason that we are performing these preliminary practices to work on those channels, on the inner purification level. So we're setting the stage. We have 84,000 different methods to tame the mind. That means we have 84,000 different ways to be neurotic. Here's the great news. We have 84,000 different ways to wake up. So it's important to find the right match for a teacher who helps to wake you up and to set the stage for you to understand your inner cherishing of your own root poisons. So Nundro is a very condensed way to do that. So this is not something that should be skipped really quickly or gotten through so we can get to the Vajrayana. So it really integrates all the aspects of the channels of our body, and it helps set the stage. So I'm going to tell you a story about my root guru, Venerable Khenchen Trongru Rinpoche. He and I were having a conversation when I was a young doctor. I'd probably only been practicing about 6 years. And I said to him, Rinpoche, I feel kind of uneasy because there's all these people who come to me who've been practicing Buddhism for 20 years, 30 years, and they're seeking my advice. And he said, what is the main problem with them? And I said, lung, which means wind. Their minds were not stable. And he said, what is the antidote? And I said, Shine? And he said, that is correct. And I have never forgotten that. And so it is one of my favorite practices to prescribe to people. So when we're looking at shamatha, shamatha is actually a complete Dzogchen practice in and of itself. And if you really go through this teaching, you can see that simply by watching the tanka, you can look at the development of purification of the gross level of the body and the subtle level of the body. So the elephant is representing the gross, the monkey is the mind. We have this monk who's chasing after his own self. He has not learned to master those inner 5 elements, which are always rooted in the 3 root poisons. Then we have this little aspect where we start to catch ourselves for a nanosecond, and we develop a little rabbit that appears. And that little rabbit is the very subtle aspects of the body. If you look at the tanka carefully, and we don't have time to go into the teachings, but I highly suggest you all study it, eventually the rabbit disappears as we start to purify and clarify the inner channels. That subtle aspect integrates with the gross aspect, and you see the clearance in that demonstrated very clearly in this tanka. And then, of course, you can actually attain Jalu, or the rainbow body, as a complete Mahamudra or Dzogchen practice, simply by doing Shine. And several of our really profound masters, and I don't know much about Buddhism at all, I am not a very good practitioner, I'm just a doctor. They were giving you very good advice when they were giving you instructions about how to do this practice. So let's talk about prostrations. It does antidote our pride. It helps us to take refuge in the 3 jewels. And it's something that we all need to work at. And it's a base practice that I also prescribe often for people who need a little exercise. But if we look at the root tantras of Tibetan medicine, it says, so then, as follows, the 3 forces of the 3 faults, which are the primary energies of Lung, Tipa, and Pagan, the 7 bodily sustainers, and the 3 wastes of sweat, feces, and urine, while in equilibrium or balance, result in either health or disease, respectively. That is to say, we have to understand where our own basic nature is. If we understand our own root poisons, we see how that interacts with our own physical form. So when performing prostrations, if you are a speedy little mind, you should not perform them quickly. You should perform them slowly. If you are a little bit more of the phlegmatic nature, a little bit more earth and water, and a little bit more nyupto or lazy, then you should perform them quicker. And then the TIPA person who wants to do everything very correctly should probably find the middle path. Circumambulation is always an option if you have really bad knees, for example. We also want to cultivate our bodhicitta because this also helps clean our channels, because it is antidoting the jealousy that is inherent from our derived 3-root poisons. We do mandala offering to antidote our attachment or our lung, our grasping, this idea that we are somehow more precious than everyone else in our world. So it's a direct method also to gather the 2 accumulations of merit and pristine awareness. Again, due to shortness of time, I cannot go into it too much. And then we do our guru yoga practice, and we do this to antidote delusion. Because your guru is pristine and pure, when you connect directly with your guru, you are actually awakened in that same way, which is why it's so important to find someone who wakes you up. It's someone who antidotes your own root poisons. And it took me years to realize, why am I so soft and nice whenever I'm around my root guru? I thought it was him doing that to me, but he was just reminding me of how I could actually be if I let my own poisons move out of the way. So what is all this lung that everyone wants to talk about? So the mind rides the wind. We have the 5 lungs. We've learned a little bit about them in meditation practice when we've heard about the position of the 7 positions that we hold, which hold the lungs in the correct manner. So they run all the way through the whole body. We have the Soksen lung, which of course is the life-sustaining channel. It holds our life. It's literally holding the wind apart. It has a lot of different functions, but one of the primary ones is within our own mind. So, for example, in the West, when people are sort of a little bit unstable, maybe homeless because they have become so traumatized in some way, it is this lung which has been disturbed, which needs to be treated. We have the upward rising wind, or the Gengir lung, which is for our speech. So as we purify our speech through mantra perhaps, or other practices, this wind is also purified. So this also gains a lot of sharpness in our minds and mental clarity, and it reigns in the upper portion of the body. The all-pervasive wind, of course, moves all of our limbs and all of the opening and closing of our orifices. And so manifestations in this state you see in a lot of neurological disorders. So panic attacks, anxiety, heart palpitations, because it all begins in the location of the heart. The fire accompanying wind, or the Menyum lung, traditionally, according to texts, it only states stomach, but from my years of experience, I would say that it actually runs kind of through the whole canal itself, and mostly primarily in the duodenum, or the first 12 inches of the small intestine. And this regulates all of our digestive system. And so what are we consuming? What are we actually taking into our bodies? How is that affecting this particular wind? And how does this wind interact with our other winds? So all of the, somebody asked me at the hospital when I toured it yesterday, what's one disease you would treat if you treated nothing else? And I said mashua, which means indigestion. Because if this wind is not balanced, then all of the other 4 will likely have problems as well. We have the downwards voiding wind, which is in the secret place. And this is responsible for a lot of our elimination functions. So malfunction on this level can create lower body disharmonies, disturbances, reproductive dysfunctions. So what are the antidotes? Breath as object of support, using the Vairocana posture, the 7-pointed posture, which actually helps all 5 of those winds. Breathing with mantra. So again, know your root poison, know your mind. You don't necessarily want to know if you want to do Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 and feel the difference between that and Om Mani Padme Hum. That is medicine. That is medicine that I give my patients. We have the 9 purification breathing practices, which we can prescribe safely. Meeting of the white and the black, understanding a point on the body where we can apply self-massage and treatment. Working with the Barlung once we see that your mind is a little bit more stable. I always tell my patients, think of the moon disk. Make your mind like the moon disk. And then you can begin to do some preliminary vase breathing. And only then, and with help with a guru, should you be dipping your toes into Vajrayana. Otherwise, once you get on the roller coaster, as a friend of mine says, you don't know how fast it's going to go. So in our modern world, we have a lot of inflammation, cognitive focus, depression. We know that there's the gut-brain connection. All of these can be worked through the wind. These are channels of the wind through the central and peripheral nervous system. And our point is to unblock the channels. So I would highly encourage you to do lots and lots of shinny. Thank you. Tachiche.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ninja. And it's a very important reflection. At the beginning, she said, what is the cause of the illness? This is something very important that the West tradition has many problems to understand. But here, it's more easy to understand where they come from. So from the body, from the psychological way, or from the spirit? This is an interesting question. Thank you so much. So the next panelist, it's from Japan. So Professor Takahiko Kamehama is a program-specific associated professor at the 𝐂𝐢𝐞 Research Division of Kyoto University Institute for the Future of Human Society. His specialized field is the history of religion, traditional philosophy, and culture in Japan and East Asian region. Mr. Kamehama is currently developing the research project which examines the influence of artificial intelligence upon Japanese religion, philosophy, and culture. He obtained his PhD from Ruikoku University in Kyoto with a comprehensive study of the development history of esoteric Buddhism tradition in Japan. His PhD dissertation was published in 2023, and it was about the development of esoteric Buddhism through I was done a course of Japanese, but it doesn't work. It was too fast. So Japan. So the title of this conference is Analyzing East Asian Buddhist Meditation and Philosophy from a New Perspective. Significance of the body mandala in Japanese esoteric Buddhism. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Takahiko Kameyama. I'm from Japan. I'm also from a small old town, Kyoto City. Today, I will talk about esoteric Buddhism, Vajrayana Buddhist tradition, but those not developed in Tibet or Bhutan, I try to introduce the Vajrayana tradition developed in Japan and East Asia. And also, yes, first of all, I only have 15 minutes, therefore please forgive me to skip important greeting and important acknowledgement. But first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this great conference. Thank you very much, Garden Chair. Okay, this is the title. This is a chapter of the presentation. Okay, the first, I try to introduction, I'm sorry. Okay, introduction. This additional information, the basic information about Tantric Buddhism, Vajrayana Buddhism in East Asia and Japan. I hope to introduce a basic foundational information about it. Yes, in Japan or in China, in East Asian Buddhist traditions, the name esoteric Buddhism, this is an English translation of the Mijiao or Mikkyo. Of course, we have a Chinese translation of the Vajrayana like a Konggojo or Tantora, but Mikkyo, Mijiao, or esoteric Buddhism, this term is very, very familiar with us Japanese. Therefore, please forgive me to use this word, esoteric Buddhism, instead of the Vajrayana or something like that. Anyway, fundamental scripture of the esoteric and Vajrayana in East Asia. First, I hope to introduce this important point. Main scriptures of, Japanese traditions, East Asian traditions. Mahabhairochana Sutra and Vajrashekara Sutra, these two sutras are very, very important. Therefore, basically, no influence from the highest Yoga Tantra. Yes, in China, there are some Chinese translation about the highest Yoga Tantra scripture, like Guhya Samaja Tantra and Heruka Tantra. Yes, there are some Chinese translation of these scriptures, but basically no influence from these scriptures or highest Yoga Tantra. This is a very, very important characteristics of esoteric Buddhism in East Asia and Japan. Okay, history of esoteric Buddhism in Japan. It was first transmitted during the 9th century, from 9th century to 10th century. And also, esoteric Buddhism was largely developed from 9th to 15th century. This time period is generally called medieval time period in Japan. If you are familiar with the Japanese periodization, for example, late Heian time period, or Kamakura time period, or Muromachi time period, these time periods were very, very important for the development of the esoteric Buddhism in Japan. And during this time period, Japanese society was strongly unstable and drastically changed. Very unstable time period. That's a medieval time period of Japan. During this time period, Japanese tried to develop their own esoteric Buddhism. And esoteric Buddhist traditions and institutions in Japan, basically there are two main traditions. Shingon tradition and Tendai tradition. Okay. And what is the central teaching of Japanese esoteric Buddhism? It is the same as the Tibetan esoteric or Bhutan esoteric. Yes, rapid enlightenment, speedy enlightenment. Rapid enlightenment is also very, very important in Japanese esoteric Buddhism. But Japanese esoteric Buddhist thinkers frequently use a different term, attaining Buddhahood within this very body. Japanese pronunciation is a Sokushin Jōbutsu. This is the name of rapid enlightenment in Japanese esoteric Buddhism. Please remember the term body. There is a term body in the concept. This is a very, very important point. How can we attain enlightenment rapidly? How can we attain enlightenment within this very body, within this lifetime period? Point is a body. Especially, a practitioner is required to understand profound understanding of a body and multiple bodies. And yes, they are also required to obtain the knowledge of visualization techniques on a body and bodies. Okay, point of the presentation. Yes, first, I try to introduce unique vision on the correspondence between multiple bodies developed in Japanese esoteric Buddhism. And I will also refer to the important idea, sacred individual body, 5 viscera mandala. And through discussing these issues, I will also examine the issue, spatial expansion of bodies and manifold images of bodies developed in Japanese esoteric Buddhism. Then, of course, I will discuss the significance of the mandala in Japanese esoteric. Okay, first, we will move to the second chapter, Kukai's view on bodies. Who is 𝐶 He is 𝐶 𝐶 he is a Japanese Buddhist monk living in the 9th century Heian time period. Yes, he is regarded as a patriarch of Shingon Buddhist tradition. He first transmitted the strict Buddhism from China to Japan. And also, important point, he began the discussion on attaining Buddhahood within this very body in Japan. Okay, what is the 𝐶 understanding of attaining Buddhahood within this very body? There are 2 stages. First, early stage, 𝐶 understood attaining Buddhahood within this very body as a simple paraphrase of rapid enlightenment. That is regarded as attaining Buddhahood within one lifetime simply. Therefore, yes, practice of 3 mysteries are required. But later stage, he developed a different idea. Through discussing attaining Buddhahood within this very body, he revealed a new vision, fundamental enlightenment of this existence, universal correspondence between multiple bodies in this world. This is a quotation from 𝐶 text and the English translation. The first, body. What is a body? Body means my body, the Buddha's body, and the bodies of sentient beings. There are also 3 bodies. Letter is body, shell is body, and form is body. These bodies are manifoldly interconnected vertically and horizontally. 𝐶's body, our body, your body, Buddha body of the Dharmakaya, Buddha body of the Sambhogakaya, Buddha body of the Nirmanakaya, and the letter, that's a mantra or syllable, that's body, shell, mudra, that's also body, symbolic object, that is also a body, and the form, appearance of the deity, that is also body. These bodies are mutually correspond like this. But this is an image of the correspondence between bodies, as 𝐶's vision of attaining Buddhahood within this very body. But this image is, of course, extremely abstract and extremely comprehensive. First of all, how can we visualize this image? We may have a question like this. Point is a mandala. According to 𝐶, mandala could be used as a symbolic representation of the correspondences. The group correspondences, that's mandala. Okay, next, development after 𝐶. Yes, attaining Buddhahood within this very body was developed after 𝐶 by other Buddhist monks. The point is different. They focused on an individual material body rather than comprehensive abstract bodies. A mandala is also equated with an individual body. Emergence of the new image of body mandala. This is a very, very important, the development after 𝐶. That's mandala. Okay, yeah, we will next move to the 3rd chapter, development of the body mandala. This is the core of my presentation. Okay, first, what is the beginning of the idea body mandala in Japan? I assume that this scripture is the beginning of the Japanese body mandala vision, Sutra of the Lotus Samadhi, Renge Zanmai-kyo. This is an anonymous manuscript, a strict Buddhist scripture produced in East Asia. And very, very strong, it had a strong influence upon especially Japanese Tendai strict Buddhist tradition. And within this text, we can find very, very mysterious descriptions. According to Renge Zanmai-kyo, the 37 deities of the Diamond Rail Mandala are living in the castle of our heart. What is the 37 deities? This is an assembly of deities described in the Diamond Rail Mandala. This is a Diamond Rail Mandala. Within this mandala, the 37 deities are described, 5 Buddhas or something like that. And next, what is castle of our heart? This is a medieval image of the esoteric Buddhist meditation. Castle of our heart. That's a moon disk. Mind and heart within the moon disk and lotus flower within the chest. Therefore, that is the 37 deities in the castle of our heart. This is my own visualization of the 37 deities in the castle of our heart. Next, I hope to introduce a very, very important historical figure in Japanese aesthetic Buddhism. His name is Annen, but I'm very, very sorry. Unfortunately, there are no images about this Buddhist monk. Annen is a Japanese Tendai Buddhist monk from 9th to 10th century. He is regarded as an organizer and influential philosopher on Tendai aesthetic Buddhism. And he describes the 37 deities like this. According to Annen, a body and mind of each living being is also filled with the 37 deities. Therefore, we can have a visualization like this. 37 deities. After Annen, new concept of mandala and body appeared. That's a 5 viscera mandala, 𝐂𝐽 mandala. That is a horizontal network of correspondence between 5-fold categories transmitted in Chinese cosmology and aesthetic Buddhism. 5-fold category in East Asian culture, like 5 viscera, 5 faces, 𝐻𝐸, 5 colors, or something like that. Material elements, 5 viscera, liver, heart, lung, kidney, and spleen, like this. They are the key for the physical and material conditions of human, especially in the Chinese medicine and the Chinese cosmological network of correspondences between various categories. 𝐻𝐸 theory, the theory called 𝐻𝐸, 5 faces. And yes, format of the 5 viscera mandala, horizontal network of 5-fold categories. And from the different perspective, we can interpret the 5 viscera mandala, 𝐂𝐽 mandala, like this. This is also the horizontal network correspondences. But sometimes the bodily parts, 5 organs, body parts, are regarded as the mediation between sacred world and this defiled world. The correspondence is connection. And finally, 𝐶𝐞, the medieval Buddhist monks, influential Shingon Buddhist monks in early medieval time period. He wrote one important text. The name of the text is Secret Interpretation of Mantra of the 5 and 9 syllables. This text written by 𝐶𝐞, very, very important. Within this text, 𝐶𝐞 introduced the visualization technique of the 5 viscera mandala. 5 viscera, 5 organs, lung, liver, spleen, kidney, heart. Yes, monks are required to visualize the movement of syllables within the mutual conquest between 5 viscera. Mutual conquest is a kind of the flow of the energy between the organs, described in the Chinese medicine. This is a flow. And 5 syllables, movement of the 5 syllables. Free, fum, ban, ak, tarak. And through visualizing this movement, yes, we can generate, we can cultivate appearance of the 5 Buddhas in the mandala and 5 wisdom of the 5 Buddhas. Cultivation of the 5 Buddhas in the 5 viscera mandala. Anyway, but this is a very, very abbreviated version of the descriptions. If you are interested in the detailed explanation about this issue, please buy my book. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, conclusion. First, I introduced Kukai view on the comprehensive correspondence between multiple body. And through discussing the 37 deity in the castle of our heart, I also introduced the image of a mandala in an individual material body. Finally, I discussed the sacred individual body, 5 viscera mandala, and visualization technique. Thank you very much. 15 minutes, 30.
So now we can, thank you so much. We can start with the question and answer. Yes.
question is to Professor Takahiko Kamayama. Your presentation was very, very engaging and kind of overlaps with many aspects of the mandala research I have been doing. My question is, in the Japanese tradition, the mandala of Ushnishna Vijayadharini, is a very popular one. Ushnishna Vijayadharini, in the Tibetan we call Namgyalma. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Can I? No, it's okay. No, he had a question. Okay. I'm sorry. What is? I'm sorry. I could not listen to your point. What is your point?
My compliments on your presentation. It was very engaging and nice. So my question
It doesn't
is
work.
In the Japanese tradition, especially in the...
It doesn't work.
I should go. No, I cannot. Oh, yeah, it's okay.
Hello? Yes? Okay. So my question to you is, in the Japanese tradition, especially the mandala of Ushnishna Vijayadharini, Ushnishna Vijayadharini in Tibetan we call Namgyalma, and that particular mandala is there in the Siddham script, especially in Horyu temple in Japan. And that particular Dharini and mandala is specially designed for Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, means quick enlightenment. So how come that doesn't feature in this scheme of things? Because it's a natural thing. Like even in the description of the whole Dharini, it says that Sahasrashmi Sanchodite, Sarva Buddha Adhisthana Adhishtite. So it defines all those characteristics that you are defining. That embody the Buddha in your heart, see him in your mind, and then you'll be liberated and you won't be born again. So even if you go to the history of this particular Dharini, it said that if you chant or if you listen, either you'll be born in a higher realm or you will avoid rebirth. How come this important framework which already exists is not featured in this scheme of things?
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's a very, very important question and also a very great question. It's a very huge question. Yes, I'm sorry. First of all, thank you very much. Your question is very great, but I could not answer clearly to your question. But please forgive me to suggest one assumption. First of all, yes, as you said, the body is a very important point, and there are multiple common points between these traditions and the bodies and the idea of the bodies, framework bodies, and the mantra of the existence of the mantra. But on the other hand, today I could not explain well, but behind the discourse, Buddhist discourses, we should know the existence of the medicinal discourses, very significant differences between two medicinal traditions. Yes, sometimes they look similar, but framework of the body, there are some important differences. For example, in Chinese medicine, in Japanese ancient medicine, basically there is no clear reference to the vertical structure of the body. So as you said, the chakra or vertical structure. Rather, Japanese Buddhist thinkers or East Asian ethnic Buddhist thinkers paid great attention to the horizontal relationship between organs in accordance with the Chinese medicinal idea. Therefore, your question is very great. But on the other hand, I hope to introduce this kind of differences, which I could not introduce within this presentation. I'm sorry, this is not the answer to your question, but I'm very sorry. Thank you very much.
There is a person over
there.
Here? Okay, thank you.
Is it Nishala? Hi. Thanks for your talks, very interesting. During your time in advising patients on manifestation of disease, have you had any experience with dealing with diseases like Parkinson? And have you had any results with such things, as Parkinson's seems to be on the rise? Do you have any experience to share with that?
Yes, I have a lot of experience with a lot of neurological diseases, Parkinson's, both types of MS, ALS, all of those types of diseases. when you have a disease, according to Tibetan medicine, you have to determine whether or not it's basically from this lifetime or a prior lifetime. Sometimes these diseases are karmic, and then, causes and conditions can cause them to blossom. Sometimes we can sort of delay them, or we can't necessarily fully reverse certain ones. There are certainly some autoimmune diseases which I have seen reversed. I have a progressive MS patient who went from needing a cane and a leg brace and had to have a lot of Western medicine to being able to get off 2 Western medicines and walking on her own for 7 years. And then unfortunately, a lot of stress happened in her life within her family unit, and so then her lung got way high. And I actually just had a conversation with her recently of like, look, this is actually creating a progression of your disease, so you have to address this. So sometimes, even if it's a karmic disease, we can still work with the circumstances in a certain way that we can slow down the progression. And then there's also taking it on the path, right? So this person is a Buddhist practitioner, and I have other people with really progressive diseases where they also, they can understand that there's a purification happening on that level too. So certainly we can, reverse all sorts of weird things like liver failure or, stabilize a lot of things. But we just have to work with each person individually based off of their own 3 root poisons. And then the more that somebody knows who they are and how they're kind of flowering their disease, because their basic nature either matches their disease or not. If it's matching, it's a lot more dangerous. If it's unmatching, it's a little bit more easy to work with. So it sort of depends. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Some more questions? Yeah.
I would like to ask a question to Professor 𝐁𝐸 𝐒𝐞. You have presented the paper on why did Tsalung become part of Vajrayana. So all these 4 days of intensive discussion. So through these 4 days of intensive discussions, I have noticed in all the esteemed presenters have actually made so many overlapping statements about the structure of this Tsalung channel, including this morning, Dr. Karmaura made a wonderful presentation on this inner biological and then the correlationship with our spiritual practices and all. So it's literally working with your body to become enlightened. Have you ever noticed something that you don't have to rely on your body, just practice, just at the mental level, that you could get to enlightenment?
Well, 2 things. Sorry, 2 things. Firstly, my question wasn't why did Tsalung become part of Vajrayana? It was why did Tsalung become part of Vajrayana longevity practice, which is a much more specific question. Secondly, well, I think something that's come up in a number of contexts, including Dr. Karmaura's presentation, is the role of the body. And I think one of the advantages of the Vajrayana tradition is that it starts off from a different approach to body and mind from the Western one, and a less dichotomizing one. Now, that's quite a complex topic, what is the relationship between lung and sem and things like that when you get into it. But it seems to me, I think myself, I'm very much on the side of the body as vitally important to the process. I think to work merely with the mind, and this is, of course, an area where the material in Sowa Rigpa on the various lung and the effects they can have on our mental conceptions is also relevant. I think to work merely with the mind, I would not like to say it's impossible. I think it's extremely difficult. I'm also not entirely sure what it means, because I think our minds are embodied. But anyway.
Yes. So thank you so much for the panelists, for their conference, very lecture, very interesting. And now we can have a tea break, and we come back in 20 minutes. Thank you so much. Can start the second session of the afternoon. So I will introduce Professor Baker. Does it hear you? So Professor Baker is an anthropologist, art curator, and cultural historian, and the author of 7 books on Tibetan art history, traditional medicine, sacred geography, and Buddhism practice, including the heart of the world. A journey to Tibet, lost paradigm and Tibetan yoga principle and practice. He published academic articles including Embodying Enlightenment, Physical Culture in Dungeon as revealed in Tibetan's locked murals. His current research interests concern body-mind disciplines in Tantric Buddhism and their adaptation across culture and tradition. He was lead curator of the Wellcome Trust in 2015 and 17 exhibition, Tibetan Sacred Temple, Body, Mind, and Meditation in Tantric Buddhism, and is currently affiliated with the Center for the Social History of Health and with the Center for the Social History of Health and Healthcare at the University of Glasgow, Scotland. So today he will introduce this lecture, Blazing Wisdom, Exploring the Interface of Neuroscience and Kundalini Tummo Yoga. So welcome to Professor Baker. Thank you so much to be here.
Thank you all for being here. So in the interest of time, won't be reading my paper. I'll be basically trying to read what will effectively become captions for a slideshow. That was what sort of this transformed into last night, given when I realized how many words it was and how long it would take if I did it conventionally. But I will give a brief introduction to the series of images that follow. The paper for which this presentation provides a brief introduction will investigate the intersection of scientific research and the Vajrayana Buddhist practice of Chandali Yoga, which is better known in its Tibetan translation as Tummo, a meditation technique involving the contemplation and cultivation of a fierce inner heat through focused visualization, breath holds, isometric muscular contractions, and yogic movements that are collectively held to dissolve dualistic modes of perception and lead to self-liberating non-dual awareness, characterized as the inseparable experiential union of emptiness, bliss, and wisdom. So a foundational component of the completion stage of highest yoga tantra, Tummo is traditionally regarded as a skillful means for furthering spiritual awakening, as well as heightening vitality and mental clarity. In recent decades, modern scientific disciplines such as neurobiology, respiratory physiology, endocrinology, and bioelectricity have provided new perspectives on the physiological mechanism underlying Tummo practice. So after situating Tummo within Tantric Buddhist and comparable contemplative practices, this presentation will provide a brief overview of contemporary scientific findings that suggest how Tummo influences the human body-mind, both within and beyond the Buddhist tradition. In the interest of time, this presentation will take more the form of a slideshow that provides an outline of topics to be covered at length in the eventual paper. So in all probability, I'll get about halfway through before I hear the third bell. And that'll be the end. So, mastery of fire, whether external or internally within the body, lies at the core of shamanic and spiritual traditions across the planet, as we see in this image of a Siberian shaman. I start with this slide to note that Mircea Eliade, who 1907 to 1986, largely considered a founding figure in the modern study of the history of religion, memorably translated 𝐶𝐞, or Chandali Yoga, as mystic fire in his seminal book, Shamanism, Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy. He characterized the mastery of fire and production of intense heat within a practitioner's body as a recovery of the paradisical state and perfect spiritual freedom. In addition to investigating the origins, evolution, and presentations of 𝐶𝐞 from both within and outside the tradition, the paper will also emphasize widespread misconceptions about 𝐶𝐞's ultimate purpose, whereby increased body temperature is traditionally held to be a secondary, albeit measurable, side effect. As an example of biased accounts of 𝐶𝐞, or misguided accounts of 𝐶𝐞, the article pictured here, published in the New Yorker magazine in February 2002, with the title, "Can You Warm Yourself with Your Mind?", mistakenly presents heightened body temperature as 𝐶𝐞's primary purpose. The paper will also explore the intersections of 𝐶𝐞 Chandali Yoga with historical and popular accounts of Kundalini Yoga, practices based on the so-called serpent power at the base of the spinal column, which is first described in Indian Shaivite texts, the Kaula Jnana Nirnaya Tantra and the Kubjika Tantra, and closely parallels later Buddhist accounts of Chandali and 𝐶𝐞 Yoga. The paper will also account for the documented influence on Buddhist subtle body yoga of prior Chinese accounts of the circulation of qi, or vital energy, within the microcosm of the human body, which present methods of physiological alchemy called naidan, with close affinities to both 𝐶𝐞 and Kundalini Yoga. The paper will also necessarily review the relationship between Chandali 𝐶𝐞 Yoga and the practice of Karma Mudra, or partnered union. Tilopa's presentation of the 6 yogas and Mahamudra refers explicitly to Karma Mudra as a basis for liberating insight and realizing the, quote, wisdom of bliss and emptiness. In this context, Trungpa Rinpoche, a modern commentator on Tilopa, has explained that although Karma Mudra refers to taking desire as the path and can enhance or intensify the realization of Mahamudra, in the Kagyu lineage, we tend to replace Karma Mudra practice with inner heat practice, 𝐶𝐞. That was a quote from Trungpa Rinpoche. The paper will also address the dialogue between 𝐶𝐞's embodied spirituality and scientific inquiries into the practice's measurable effects on human physiology and cognition. But we might ask at the outset what 𝐶𝐞's place is in Vajrayana Buddhism and the basis of its continued allure. In this respect, we can look at one of the yogic songs of Milarepa, the celebrated Tibetan adept and poet. "Meditation on the nature of mind is good," Milarepa famously sang, "but for immediate results, nothing compares with the yoga of inner fire." Milarepa also reputedly sang, "Let others go to the monastery to offer lamps. Following the yogic path, I ignite the butter lamp of innate bliss that resides within my heart." 2 centuries before Milarepa, Khandro Yeshe Tsogyal, Guru Padmasambhava's partner in the introduction of Tantric Buddhism throughout the Himalayan world, also attained realization through 𝐶𝐞. In her first biography, authored by her contemporaries Gyalwa Jangjup and Namkhai Ningpo, she is said to have effectively dissolved the 12 links of dependent arising at different focal points within her body, as Dashu Karma Ura explained to us earlier today. So as illustrated in this painting by Dashu Karma Ura, here in a draft form, she did so through the practice of, quote, blazing and melting, a synonym for advanced 𝐶𝐞 practice and the resultant phases of ecstatic bliss and ecstatic pleasure, the 4 joys that dissolve the illusion of separate self-existing phenomena and reveal the true nature of reality. Dashu shared, of course, a lot more about that inner technology in his drawings, illustrating Yeshe Tsogyal's life. As a footnote, this is the photograph, and since this was mentioned earlier today, this is a photograph I took of Yeshe Tsogyal's enlightenment cave in Terdrum, Tibet, known as the Khandro Tsokpo Kiryongzong, the victorious innermost fortress of the sky dancer's tantric feasting cave. As Yeshe Tsogyal summarized the practice of 𝐶𝐞 while resident in Terdrum, she said, "Recognize the intrinsic unity of bliss and emptiness. raise and suffuse your vital energy and seal it with the iron nails of your imagination, a reference to the union of the creation and completion stages of Vajrayana Buddhism. Tummo, or Tummo Naljur, translates the Sanskrit word Chandali Yoga and is best known in the context of the acclaimed 6 yogas, or 6 dharmas of Naropa, a set of Vajrayana completion stage practices first compiled by the Mahasiddha Tilopa in the 11th century and transmitted to his Indian disciple, Naropa. The earliest known work on the 6 yogas is Tilopa's Sadharma Upadesha, or the esoteric instructions on the 6 yogas. After invoking the tantric deity Chakrasamvara, Tilopa presents the practice of Chandali Yoga as the foundation for the subsequent yogic practices. As he writes, the yogic body, Vajradeha, a network of energy channels and energy fields, chakras, is to be brought under control. The method begins with physical exercises. The vital airs are drawn in, filled, retained, and dissolved. There are 2 side channels, nadis, the central channel, avaduti, and 4 chakras. Flames rise from the Chandali fire below the navel. A stream of nectar drips down from the syllable hum at the crown, invoking the 4 joys. Tilopa goes on to elucidate the further doctrines of illusory body, radiant light, dream yoga, intermediate state, or Barda yoga, and the transference of consciousness, or Poa. In his own subsequent writings, Naropa called Tummo the pillar of the path that forms the foundation for all the other 6 yogas because of its incomparable power to directly awaken the inherent non-conceptual wisdom within the body-mind, the realization of Mahamudra. In this detail from a mural in the Lukang Temple in Lhasa, we see a synoptic depiction of all 6 yogic practices: Tummo, illusory body, clear light yoga, dream yoga, Bardo yoga, and transference of consciousness. Significantly, we see the process of Chandali Yoga, which Tilopa described as melting the white hum syllable at the crown of the head, leading to the descent of bliss-inducing somatic nectar. Although Tilopa's account of the 6 yogas in his esoteric instructions begins with an evocation of the tantric deity Chakrasamvara, Chandali Yoga is first described in the 9th century Hevajra Tantra, in which we find the following verse that indicates its purpose as a means for burning away karmic and conceptual obscurations to the enlightened state, our own intrinsic Buddha nature. The text refers specifically to the burning up of 5 Buddhas, understood as obscuring conceptualization of one's innate nature. As the root text with commentary states, Chandali blazes up at the navel as fierce, passionate wisdom fire. She burns the 5 Buddhas, dissolves the aggregate of the 5 components of phenomenal existence. She burns Lokana and the other, referring to the elements of earth, water, fire, air, and space. The composite seed syllable aham, representing ego and situated in the channel of the Vajra gem, is burnt, and the moon, the innate radiance of bodhicitta, melts, saturating the body-mind with increasing levels of bliss emptiness, referred to in the context of Tummo as the 4 joys, the Chaturananda. The hum syllable that melts through the action of inner fire at the crown of the head is also referred to metaphorically as the cow of heaven, Namkeba, so named because it is said to emit, as a cow does, the nectar of immortality, or Amrita. Tummo is thus also referred to figuratively as milking the cow of heaven, a phrase suggested of the practice's activation of mood-elevating endocrinal secretions in the pineal gland. In the oral transmission of the Hevajra Tantra, the mandala that we see here represents coded processes within the body-mind. Hevajra himself dancing in dyadic union with his partner, Nairatma, she who is beyond self-identity, signifies the bliss emptiness or great bliss that reveals reality, while the 8 encompassing goddesses are often presented as signifying the 4 times and the 4 stages of ascending and descending joyful bliss that arise through the practice of Chandali Yoga. Because it's interesting, I will continue this on the image to the right. The circulation of energy and awareness within the yogic body in the context of Chandali Yoga is similarly represented in the diagram to the right of the meditational support deity, Vajravarahi, or Dojipamo, identifiable by the residual sow's head protruding from her head. The diagram dates to the 11th century and depicts a composite subtle body anatomy with the bun element evident in the swastika that the figure holds in her left hand, as well as the bow depicted in the pelvis that signals the projection of energy through the lotus wheels of the body's central channel. Significantly, the image also shows the right and left channels of the subtle body as red and white snakes, with a central golden serpent uncoiling from the root chakra, in a clear reference to the well-known serpent power, or Kundalini Shakti, of Hindu Tantra. So here we're going to have to move right ahead. I would like to share some of the scientific findings, but this is only a fraction of what ideally I would have covered. But visually, we'll move ahead here. This was indicating early references to fire in early Buddhism and in cremation grounds. The idea that the practice of tummo was an internalization of the Vedic fire ceremony. And we see that also in the ways in which fire is worked with in ascetic way as tapasya. We see that also reconfigured within the practice of tummo. Here we again see the different ways in which tummo practitioners above are recapitulating the outer fire ritual that we see being performed below. Here we see the classic posture assumed by tummo practitioners, pressing against the inguinal crease between the femur bone and the hip bone. Also the power of visualization in order to bring about the transformations that the practice does also on physical levels and working with the breath. Other ways in which the tutelary deity of the yidam is identified with also through movement. Here in this case, the Newar Charya dance, a form of Vajrayana, a dance ceremony in the Kathmandu Valley. Here again, so I'm going to skip the notes and just go really quickly. This is, again, that classic yoga posture to bring the energies of the body into the lower abdomen, forefinger widths below and above the navel. We also see the way in which trukor, the way embodied yogic movements are used to spread the heat and the fire once it has been cultivated through the practice. Also, courtesy of Dashokarma Ura, we see how once that fire has been raised through these yogic drops called bep, that fire energy is spread throughout the body. Here again, examples of practitioners, female practitioners, in this case in Ladakh, early ways in which the West first heard about tummo through the early travels of Alexander David Neal, who learned tummo in 1912 in Sikkim. We see her on the lower right in her cave hermitage. The whole trope of the test, the wet sheet test for yoga. Evan Wentz, another early researcher, the way tummo practice, rather than through scholars, actually came to the West through practitioners beginning early on, also in the 20th century. Here somebody, long before Wim Hof became a known entity, Maurice Dobar was doing very, very similar feats. One of the first, however, real scientific study of tummo yoga occurred in 1981-82 by Dr. Herbert Benson from the Harvard Medical School. 5 yogis were brought from Dharamsala. Actually, he went to Dharamsala, and they were, here we see a couple of them here, actually in Manali. They studied the effects of tummo yoga on body temperature. They had more limited ways of being able to measure the effects at that time, but this was a later study which advanced these practices significantly. I'll just read a couple things here because it's kind of just the key point of the whole presentation, and then we'll go from there. So this was called Beyond Mindfulness, Arousal-Driven Modulation of Attentional Control During Arousal-Based Practices. So again, because of time, I'm just going to wing it. But the general effect was that tummo, rather than mindfulness meditation, which tends to bring about a relaxed response through the parasympathetic nervous system, tummo is arousing. It's an arousing practice that works on the sympathetic nervous system. Here we see the research that she did in Eastern Tibet. This is Wim Hof. Some of you may have heard of him. It was an adaptation of tummo for a contemporary audience. that sort of went around the world. There's some very interesting, nonetheless, scientific studies about him, which I was going to share, but time doesn't allow. Also the ways in which Tibetan lamas themselves, in this case, Garchen Rinpoche and Lama Yeshe, already in 2001, were already introducing Tummo practice. So already a quarter of a century ago in Nepal, Lama Lobsang, another great proponent of Tummo in the contemporary world, with great claims made for its health. We also see Dopo Tulku Rinpoche. I don't know if he's here now, but he also teaches Tummo, both in live retreats as well as online. Dr. Nida Chanangsang, also both a traditional Amchi, Tibetan medical doctor, and also teaching Tsalung and Tummo, both for health purposes as well as for spiritual purposes. So these are just the closing images that I wanted to share, looking at this as a living tradition, both in India, Bhutan, Tibet, through different contemporary exemplars. I was going to read how Drukpa Kunli was asked, when he was challenged when he first arrived in Bhutan, to summarize all of the 6 yogas at once. How can you accomplish them at once? It's a very wonderful quote, but we won't have time for it. Also, Pema Lingpa had his own treasure revelation through the Dzogchen Kunsong Gongdu, which he revealed from a stupa at Samye Monastery in Tibet, which was called Igniting Bliss and Heat to Enhance Realization. So we don't have time to read that, but that's sort of the end of the presentation, looking at how the same phenomena occurs across traditions as we see here. So I will just read the last thing I was going to share, and then I will retire. Well, I think I've gone way over my limits, so I'll end with that. Thank you for your patience. And I'm sorry I couldn't share more details about the scientific evidence.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'll just leave that one line. We do not have enough words to explain all these things in our mundane language. That's what the 12th Gyalwa Drukpa said about this practice.
Thank you so much. Very interesting lecture. So the next panelist is Professor Kwanuroj Naupari. He's a pioneer psychologist, psychotherapist, and founder of Pneuma Institute, dedicated to integrating expanded states of consciousness into transpersonal psychology. With over 40 years of research and practice, he has developed pneumatherapy, a transformative psychotherapy system combines breathwork, meditation, and spiritual principle. His work bridges Western psychology, ancient philosophies, and modern techniques to foster psychological and spiritual growth. Kwanuroj Naupari training in transpersonal psychology and pneuma breathwork, available in 6 languages, has a global reach, with graded facilitating course across the USA, Europe, and Asia. Recognized by institutions like the European Transpersonal Psychology Association and different Buddhism universities in the world, his teachings are also further of Spirohart University in Romania, in Bucharest, and other academic programs. He's a member of Eurotas and of the Ibero-American Transpersonal Association. Through conference, training, and therapy, he empowers individuals worldwide to realize their higher potential. Today, the title of the lecture is The Impact of Breathwork Meditation on Personal, Spiritual, and Psychological Well-being. So welcome, Professor Roots.
Thank you. I'm very sorry, my English was good. In this moment, my wife me va a traducir. Necesitamos un micrófono para ella.
Sorry, may we have a microphone for the translator?
que quiero compartir con ustedes es una síntesis de mi trabajo en el potencial sanador de los estados ampliados de conciencia mediante la meditación respiratoria.
What I would like to share with you is the 40 years of my research experience in the amplified states of consciousness. And this is realized through mainly breathwork exercises.
Usando el método de Neuma Breathwork, que más de 130 participantes de esta conferencia experimentaron hace 2 días, hoy voy a explicar en más detalles la parte metodológica de la respiración y su impacto en el bienestar espiritual y psicológico de la persona.
So I would like to talk more about the potential of amplified states of consciousness through breathwork meditation that you experienced just recently. 130 participants of this conference took part in the workshop of breathwork. And today I will explain in more details the methodological aspect of breathwork and its impact on personal, spiritual, and psychological well-being.
Espero que en el futuro continuemos este estudio también aquí en Bután.
And I hope that in the future we will continue this study here in Bhutan as well.
Neuma es una palabra griega que significa aliento divino.
Pneuma means divine breath. This word means also prana.
Prana o lung, oxígeno sutil.
Prana or lung or subtle oxygen.
Neuma Breathwork es un pranayama reevolucionado que produce un estado ampliado de conciencia.
Pneuma breathwork is a revolutionized form of pranayama that induces an expanded state of consciousness.
¿Qué es un estado ampliado de conciencia?
What is the amplified state of consciousness?
Es una percepción más amplia que nos traslada más allá de la conciencia ordinaria, biográfica y todo lo que conocemos de nosotros mismos.
It's a broader perception, and it takes us beyond ordinary, biographical awareness, and beyond everything we know about ourselves.
Este estado es la meta superior de la meditación y se produce como consecuencia de la respiración y una intención espiritual.
This state is the higher goal of meditation and arises as a result of breathwork combined with the spiritual intention.
Este estado de conciencia tiene 2 partes, la parte psicológica y la parte espiritual.
And this state of consciousness has 2 aspects, psychological and spiritual.
La parte psicológica se expresa como autoobservación, reflexión, autoanálisis, investigación profunda de sí mismo y como una persona, y como persona, cómo nos relacionamos con los demás y el mundo en general.
So the psychological aspect is expressed through self-observation, reflection, self-analysis, deep self-inquiry in how a person relates to others and the world in general.
En la segunda parte es la conciencia espiritual que se manifiesta como calma, amor, serenidad y compasión, y las experiencias más sublimes de la conciencia cósmica o samadhi.
The second aspect is spiritual, manifested as calmness, love, serenity, compassion, and the most sublime experiences of cosmic consciousness or samadhi.
Cuando el participante de la práctica entra en este espacio, se inicia una meditación analítica más allá de nuestra biografía personal.
So when the participant in the practice enters in those spaces, an analytical meditation begins that goes beyond our personal biography.
Quiero compartir con ustedes el proceso e impacto psicológico y espiritual de los estados ampliados de conciencia.
I would like to share with you the process and psychological and spiritual impact of amplified states of consciousness.
Desde nuestro punto de vista, encontramos 4 niveles de conciencia.
So, from our point of view, we find 4 levels of consciousness.
Primero, la conciencia ordinaria,
The first one is an ordinary
que es
consciousness,
limitada y donde tenemos la equivocada percepción de nosotros mismos.
which has limited and mistaken perception of self.
Segundo, la conciencia extraordinaria o meditativa, desde donde experimentamos relajación física y mental y una apertura a la percepción de la vida.
So the second, consciousness as extraordinary or meditative, this is a state from which we experience physical and mental relaxation and an opening of our perception of life.
Dentro de la conciencia neumática hay dos partes, una que es la espiritual y otra la psicológica.
Within pneumatic consciousness, we have two parts, spiritual and also psychological.
Dentro de la experiencia de la respiración, en la parte espiritual podemos experimentar amor, armonía, bondad, compasión, unidad, felicidad, comprensión sagrada de la vida e importancia de la ética.
And within the breathwork, we may experience love, harmony, kindness, compassion, unity, happiness, and sacred understanding of life and its importance of ethics.
También está la experiencia psicológica dentro del ámbito de la respiración neuma.
So also within the pneuma breathwork, we find a psychological aspect.
Esto consiste en una meditación analítica desde donde se reconoce y se resuelve el origen de cualquier conflicto.
So this is where we find analytical meditation, from which the origin of inner conflict is recognized and resolved.
Y luego, por último, está la conciencia transordinaria,
And the fourth consciousness is transordinary,
que es la integración de la experiencia y la transformación gradual de la mente.
which is the integration of experience and gradual transformation of the mind.
Bien, esta es nuestra definición de niveles de conciencia dentro de la respiración.
So this is our definition of consciousness, which is happening within the breathwork process.
Luego están los ámbitos de la experiencia transpersonal.
And we also have areas of transpersonal experience.
Nosotros somos un universo, un microuniverso, pero que contenemos tres mundos.
We are macro universe that contains three worlds.
Primero el mundo espiritual, luego el segundo el mundo humano y el de las relaciones, y tercero el mundo psicológico.
The first world is spiritual. The second world is human, or the relationships. And the third world is psychological.
Cuando estamos dentro de la experiencia transpersonal y en el ámbito espiritual, logramos obtener calma, amor, compasión, unidad, bondad, encuentro con entidades espirituales inclusive.
When we are within breathwork, then we can enter in this world, spiritual world, and we find there calmness, love, compassion, unity, kindness, and we also can meet with spiritual entities there.
Podríamos también estar en el ámbito humano y de las relaciones.
At the same time, we can also be in the world of human relationships.
Allí ocurren reflexiones magníficas de la relación con nosotros mismos, la familia y nuestros maestros.
And what happens there, that we find reflection on the relationships with ourselves, family, and teachers.
Influenciados desde la experiencia espiritual, entonces tenemos amor para los demás, perdón y también reconciliación.
And because we are influenced by the spiritual component, then these relationships are reviewed through love, forgiveness, and reconciliation.
También se reflexiona de manera natural sobre la importancia de la ética.
So we also naturally reflect about the importance of ethics.
Y también podríamos tener experiencia con la naturaleza.
And we also have connection with nature.
Nuestro tercer mundo es más íntimo, es psicológico.
And our third world is más intimate, it's psychological.
En ese espacio podemos tener una evaluación de nuestro estado mental y emocional.
In this space, we may have evaluation of our mental and emotional state.
Allí también podemos percibir, tener la conciencia del ego como origen del conflicto.
There we also have awareness of ego as the origin of conflict.
Y la comprensión de la virtud que oculta cada confusión.
And also understanding of virtue hidden within each confusion.
Estos tres ámbitos pueden vivirse en una sola sesión de respiración neuma.
These three areas can be experienced in a single pneuma breathing session.
La metodología es la siguiente.
This is the following methodology.
Para poder entrar en estos tres mundos de nuestro universo interior,
So in order to enter in these three worlds of our inner being, inner world,
necesitamos la intención y también la oración personal.
we need intention and also personal prayer.
Luego está la visualización.
Then we also have visualization.
Visualizamos una atmósfera de luz y nos proponemos inhalar luz y exhalar luz.
We visualize ourselves in the light atmosphere, and then we inhale light and exhale light.
Y luego viene la etapa de la respiración, que es inhalar luz suave y profundamente y exhalar la luz más rápido.
Then comes breathing exercise, where we inhale softly, longly, deeply, and then we exhale light more quickly.
En la atmósfera de la respiración habrá música.
In
Y en el transcurso de la experiencia debemos sincronizar nuestra respiración con la música.
In this experience, we will also be accompanied by music, and through the experience, we synchronize our breathing with music.
La música transcurre en tres etapas. La primera es dinámica, la segunda parte es emocional y la tercera es relajante.
The music unfolds in three stages: dynamic, emotional, and relaxing.
Y resulta muy interesante en este proceso de la respiración las reacciones corporales como temblores, vibraciones, mareo, tetania, frío, calor.
And as a result of this breathing, we find very interesting physical experiences like tremors, vibrations, dizziness, tetany, cold, and heat.
Y luego empieza el viaje interior.
And then we start our inner journey.
Como he dicho, hay tres tipos de experiencia, que es la espiritual, la personal y la psicológica.
And as I said previously, there are three types of experiences: spiritual, personal, or psychological.
Y finalmente está la integración,
And at the end, there is integration.
que no pudimos hacer en la respiración de hace 2 días, por el tiempo, debido al poco tiempo que teníamos.
Unfortunately, we couldn't have integration at the end of our breathwork session because of the limitation of time.
Luego quiero compartir con ustedes el gran espectro de experiencias transpersonales dentro de la respiración.
I also would like to share with you the spectrum of transpersonal experiences within the breathwork.
En los pocos segundos o minutos de respiración habrá una relajación física y mental.
Within the quite few minutes of active breathing, you will find physical and mental relaxation.
También podremos experimentar la naturaleza pura e iluminada de nuestra mente.
Also, one can experience pure and illuminated nature of your mind.
Podemos experimentar libertad de las turbulencias, traumas y limitaciones de nuestra mente.
Also, freedom from mental turbulences, traumas, and limitations.
También entrar en contacto con las emociones sublimes.
Also, you may experience the contact with the high emotions, sublime emotions.
Dentro del viaje interior pueden aparecer entidades luminosas u oscuras.
Also, within this journey, you may encounter with luminous or dark entities.
Una conexión contigo mismo, tu familia, maestro o gurú.
Also, you may experience connection with yourself, your family, teacher, or guru.
Experiencias de vidas pasadas, comprensión del karma, de la muerte, del samsara.
Experiences of past lives, understanding of karma, death, or samsara.
En ese estado de conciencia ampliado puedes comprender versos o enseñanzas de textos sagrados.
In these amplified states of consciousness, you can also understand verses or teachings from sacred texts.
Y allí también podríamos encontrar guía para la vida personal.
Also, we find guidance for personal life.
Y obviamente resolución temporal o definitiva de traumas, miedos.
And also temporary or permanent resolution of traumas or fears.
Quiero compartir un caso de resolución de un trauma en una sesión de neumaterapia.
I I would like to share with you the case of trauma resolution within a single pneumatherapy session.
Esto sucedió hace poco en un programa de formación de psicología transpersonal en Europa.
It happened just recently within the program of personal psychology training program in Europe.
La persona que experimentó lo que voy a contar a continuación es una joven muy bella, pero que sufrió abuso sexual.
This is the experience of young, beautiful lady who experienced the sexual abuse.
Ella escribió después de su experiencia.
And after breathwork experience, she wrote this.
La intención de esa experiencia era trabajar esta parte del abuso de mi infancia.
She says, the intention of this experience was to work on the trauma of my childhood abuse.
Obviamente ella ya estaba dentro de la experiencia en un ámbito de amor, de compasión.
So within the experience, she was in this space of love and also compassion.
Y en ese proceso apareció el abusador.
And this process in this space appeared,
pero como un niño.
But as a child.
Y ella empezó a ver la historia de este niño que también fue abusado.
And she saw the story of this child who also been abused.
Ella dice, al mismo tiempo, viendo a mi abusador desde el estado de amor y compasión, lo perdoné.
At the same time, she writes, by viewing my abuser through the lens of love and compassion, I forgave him.
Al mismo tiempo que lloraba con lágrimas liberadoras.
At the same time, I was crying with liberating tears.
Realmente estaba sorprendida, pero de buena manera,
I was surprised, but in a good way,
de cómo la naturaleza humana puede ver la esencia del abusador.
by how human nature can see the essence of the abuser.
No podía creer de sentir tanta compasión para alguien que me ha hecho sufrir tanto.
I couldn't believe I could feel so much compassion for somebody who had caused me so much suffering.
Me he dado cuenta que el tener compasión para esta persona ha podido liberarme a mí misma.
I realized that by having compassion for this person, I was able to free myself.
Este trauma que yo cargaba tantos años terminó con esta experiencia y comprensión.
So this trauma that I had carried for so many years ended with this understanding, with this experience.
Conclusión.
In conclusion,
Estas experiencias son trascendentales.
so these breathwork experiences are transcendental.
Constituyen un punto de referencia de lo espiritual más allá de la teoría.
They serve as a reference point for the spirituality beyond theoretical framework.
Estas experiencias impresionan nuestra mente, corazón y nuestra vida en su totalidad.
These experiences impress our mind, heart, and our life as a whole.
Pero al mismo tiempo puede disolverse en los próximos días porque se necesita un proceso de integración y metabolización de la experiencia.
But they may dissolve in the coming days because the process of integration and assimilation of the experiences is needed.
Por eso recomendamos que se debe sostener la experiencia mediante el estudio, la meditación y una práctica espiritual permanente para lograr la transformación integral.
That's why we recommend that those experiences must be sustained through study, meditation, and continuous spiritual practice in order to integral transformation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Panruit Naupari, and for the interesting lecture. And now we can invite the last panelist of this session. So, Markus Fink, he's a German ultra running known for his innovation approach that leads ancient running techniques with modern science. Passionate about Vajrayana Buddhism, biohacking, and sports science, he has dedicated himself to exploring the mind-body-spirit connection. Markus Fink developed spiritual running, a practice combining extreme endurance with meditation states, gaining insights into inner peace through self-experimentation, including measuring brain waves during runs. His most remarkable feat is a 350 kilometers in 129 hours run, where he experimented a profound mental state beyond physical exhaustion. Beyond his athletic pursuits, Markus Fink is a dedicated leader, serving as CEO of the Youth Council Munich area since 2009, overseeing youth programs for over 600 employers and 1,200 volunteers. He is also a coach and trainer specializing in health, leadership, and mental resilience. Markus Fink's work inspires others to integrate spirituality and science for balanced, meaningful life. So, welcome, Markus Fink. The title of the conference is Spiritual Running from Ancient Knowledge to Modern Science.
Yeah. Silence, just silence. This was what I experienced when someone take this photo after running from my home in Germany to the Italian Sea, about 350 kilometers. 𝐶𝐶 Tashi Chiden, hello. So I'm very happy to be here, and first I want to say thank you to the excellent organization of this conference, and that I have the possibility to speak here about spiritual running from an ancient and a modern science perspective. When I talk to my running friends about spiritual running, normally they ask, what running? The last day, when I speak to someone of this on the topic, they ask, what? Spiritual what? So I take mostly running pictures in my slides that you always be clear what's about a talk. I want to tell you about the story of my way to the spiritual running. So around 13 years ago, I had an idea to run 100 kilometers. Don't ask me why. But I realized very fast, okay, I can do this, but then I will be completely destroyed. So I changed my idea to I want to run 100 kilometers on a healthy way. And this was the beginning of a longer journey. First, I learned a lot about running techniques and training. And then after the first injury, I want to know more about my body and make some education in physiotherapy. From here, I moved to energy healing methods, learn about sound healing, how frequencies have an impact on the body and the mind. I studied a lot about energy, from waves to quantum concept. I'm interested in nutrition and food concepts also. And then for mental training, I found my way to the idea of spiritual running. I visit the so-called marathon monks near Kyoto in Japan. They do the karaoke. It's a Zen Buddhism fast walking practice. They walk every night around a mountain over 7 years. And then I heard about the Lungkompa, the mystic Tibetan trance runners. I think some of you know this. It's a very secret technique. I learned fast because I don't find any information about it, very difficult to find. And so I searched for this since a long time. And this was also my entrance to the Vajrayana Buddhism. And there I found much more than a running technique, but also a concept of running. It's called Gang Chok, and it was taught me by my Buddhism master, Tulpa Lhoksam Rinpoche. You see it in the before. He's also a Tumor teacher. And Gang Chok, which integrates mind, breath, and body to deliver powerful results. The practice begins with preparation, focusing on 3 areas, impacting energy, so food, breath, and the mental power. During the Gang Chok practice, energy is generated by breath holding at the navel chakra while running, and the energy flows through our bodies. We heard already about the 72,000 channels, clearing blockages and creating internal warmth. And this warmth stimulates the happiness hormones like serotonin, dopamine, and so on, calming the mind and make it easier to generate further power. So, but the most important thing I learned on this way, was to change my goal. It was not longer necessary, that was my wish before, to become a better runner. For me, it's skills to run long, to run fast, and maybe win races. After studying the technique and connected to the Buddhism teachings, so I learned so much more. It's not the most important thing to run fast or long, because it's more to find more about myself, and something is called the inner peace. And this knowledge changed my life, and not only in sport. After I had some experience, I will tell it now in a nutshell what then happened. I visited a retreat of my Buddhism master, 𝐶 𝐂𝐞, and he said the mind is limited and emotions are limited, but inner peace is unlimited. And in my very naive thinking, I say, okay, then I have to run with inner peace, whatever this is and however it works. So after 3 days of meditation and discussion, I had still no idea, but I had a feeling maybe I can find it. And 2 weeks later, I did this run from Germany to the Italian Sea. It was 356 kilometers, around 5,000 meter elevation. And when I arrived at the beach, the picture before, I put off my shoes and walked to the sea, and standing there, looking to the horizon, there was no bliss or no happiness. It was just silence, just this inner peace. Not only for this moment, also 3 months later, and also today, I can feel it. I know it. I have meanwhile, some little techniques to get there, and this was the big benefit. And since I have this experience, I try not to understand what happens there, because I think that's not possible for me, but I try to find out some more knowledge, how this works, what happened, and how it's connected. And in my sport, I measure a lot, because I'm a biohacker also, so I have a lot of gadgets. I measured my heart rate variability, oxygen saturation, especially in the high altitude, and also my brain waves while meditating, and also while running. And this is what I will share with you. So in other studies, they always talk about runners come from a beta frequency, who's more concentrated, to an alpha, who is more in a relaxed mode. So this is what you see on the first picture on the left side. And then I measure me, and I find, oops, what's happened here? I jump at one point in the delta frequency. And so I begin to measure some friends and some other runners, short distance runner who do no meditation, short distance runner who meditate, then ultra runner, long distance runner who meditate and who don't meditate. And what I see was, like you see here, the blue one is the alpha frequency. It's coming up a little bit more. The red one is here, the beta. And in the long distance running, in the beginning, the alpha is there, and at one point, the green line, the delta frequency comes up very high. And I have some more in this slide. You see I measured while running. The green one is the pace, so how fast I run. The red one is the heart rate. And in the first part, in more easy running, you see here's the colors changed. The red one is the delta. It's always higher, but the alpha, you see it's very close to them, and the beta also. And then I do something like a breathing technique, and my delta comes up. And in this interval running, in the very high, where you see these peaks of the pace, there you see the red one line has more distance to the other. And this is what happens in fast running, I've found out. And if you're very long runs, at one point it's also there. So, but now what is the benefit of this delta frequency? So delta frequency is like you measure normally at sleep or in a healing process, for example. And while running long distance, after 10 hours, for example, you have pain. There's no chance normally. But when you're on a delta frequency, you can control this pain very good. The thyroid can handle good with it, or you don't feel so much. Similar to the sleep, you have pain, and if you fall asleep, you don't feel the pain. I don't know if it's the same, but this was the effect what I feel. And there's a lot of energy there. But the most interesting effect for me is now to have to get a chance in this mood of this very deep silence, in this inner peace. And one thesis, it's also from some techniques like the 𝐶 or 𝐶, because of the effort and this movement and because of the breath work, holding the breath on the navel, the channel gets free, the blocks in the body dissolved and everything, the blood, the oxygen, everything flew very good in the body. And so you become very light and have the body function are good supplied, and so you have the chance to come in this mood. And this worked best and very well if you do some exercise before and for the running. So normally before I start to run, there are some body exercise, some meditation, some breath work, and then it worked very well. And while you're running, you start with a lot of effort, and you suffer very well, especially in long runs and in fast run. And at one point, you overcome the suffering, and then it feels very light, and you come up in this feel of inner peace more and more. But it was especially connected to the delta frequencies. So when you run and then you come up, and it, like we've seen in the curve, it comes up, and it stays on a point in a higher level. And when you stop running, it's a while before it comes down. And if you directly after running meditate, in the first, my teacher said to me, now meditate. I say, well, just running, I'm completely nervous. But it was it's a very, very deep meditation you get there. Because you are I think it's about because you are still in this mood. So this is a very interesting impact. And you can also do this, you have not to run 100 kilometers or more. If you do the exercise before, and then you can run shorter or walk also fast. This 𝐂𝐞 practice is walking or running. Then you have also the experience of this very deep meditation. So what to do? Just go out and run. Note there are some aspects of the running techniques, for example. You run in it's called a natural running way, so you're landing on your midfoot. You have a strong core, you have a straight spine, the head is up, the eyes are up, and using mudras, the Vajrayana fist, or you use this is for lighting run, it's a good energy, can flow very good, and you also have the variation in pace. In the modern science sport, they say every kilometer have to be the same pace, but more natural running is like in the nature, up, down, slow, and this is in this technique especially. Then you have the breath work, knowing from 𝐶 𝐶, raise breathing, 9-point breathing. And while running, you try to do much long as possible to breathing only to the nose. So you have new power. If you go up, you can open your mouth and breathe with the mouth. And the nutrition is also important. It's connected to the Tibetan medicine. So always keep the balance, cook the water in this thing, fill your stomach up with water, with food and oxygen in a balance. And for example, and this was maybe one reason I like the Tibetan medicine so much, if you run in the morning, for example, between 6 and 7, there is the lung time, and then you are moving, it's much of lung, and then concentration is lung. So there is doing much. The modern sports science would say, oh, you need carbs and proteins after sport, but my body screams for cake. And so I did the cake, and with the Tibetan medicine, I know that bring me the balance, more bacon, and the lung comes down. So this is, I like it very much. Yes, and then you have to some workouts from the jumps you see before, and this kind, or you do it in a modern way, like you can have the same muscles in the gym or something. And the most important thing is is the meditation and the visualization also. So in sports, there is maybe someone noticed the Bannister Mile. It's Mr. Bannister from Great Britain wants to run the first mile under 4 minutes. No one have it done before, and he do a special training. So he train normal sport, and every evening when he lie in bed, he close his eye and he visualized when he run over the finish line at 3 minutes 59 seconds. And after 1 year, he do the run and he finished after 3 minutes 59 seconds. And then in the next months, over 10 people run under 4 minutes because they know, oh, it's possible. And before they know it's not possible. So this is a visualization in the running world, much famous. So all this brings you after some time of practice. This is necessary to very free, to have spiritual running. which gives you the possibility to have a deep meditation or to find the inner peace. And yeah, so I hope I can explain the ideas of this running to you so that you understand, and if there are things you don't share, so please compassion to me, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And so now we can start with the question and answer. If you have some question. Yes, it's working.
Thank you all the presenters, and I just wanted to ask one question to the first speaker. I'm just a layman, so I just want to have your experience while practicing Tomi, and also I heard it is a sacred details to show in the forum. So how you choose to share these sacred details in the forum?
Just repeat the essence, and I didn't quite catch it all. Maybe you could turn up the volume. I didn't quite catch the question.
Okay, just to repeat my question, I'm just a layman. I don't know much details about it, and by going through all your slides, I'm very curious to know the experience while practicing by you of this Tomi, and also how you choose to share these sacred details in the forum.
Say the last part again. I'm sorry. The last. How I. Oh, okay. Right. Well, there's always a difference between secret and sacred. So the sacred should always be shared, and the secret, you have to make decisions about. I think, yeah, there have been different perspectives, but I think one of the things that to me has been extraordinary about this conference is how many deeply powerful sacred practices have been shared by the great masters in Bhutan. And I think what it's done is it's made us realize that there are cultural situations, perhaps, in the past whereby things are kept hidden for very good reason. But when you ask me about my personal experience with that, a long time ago, when I was in Lhasa, I took photographs of the Lukang temple, which is now sort of known as the Dalai Lama's secret temple, connected to the sixth Dalai Lama's life. Which has these extraordinary paintings, both of of wall paintings of both Dzogchen as well as the Tsalung practices. And I was going at that time, I was leading student groups to Dharamsala. So I was meeting with His Holiness Dalai Lama twice a year, and I always arranged it so that I had a private audience with him. It usually went on quite long. So I had a whole plan, to make a collection of these photographs to give to him from this secret temple. And then when I got there and I had the opportunity to show him, oh, please make book about this. And I said, but, Your Holiness, isn't this secret? Because time of secrecy over, no benefit. He said, this is very good for Western people. He said, they're hairy, just like you. I had a big beard then, and he pulled it. And he said, you look. He said, Westerners very confused about deities with multiple heads and multiple arms. Very confusing. But they look like you. So anyway, then immediately he started sending me to meet with different lamas and rinpoches in Dharamsala. And then next thing I knew, I had to do this book. I was never a plan. So from that, and then I always was meeting him again also after. And he said, it's so important that these things come out. He said, there's a lot of just, there were reasons maybe in the past for certain, and maybe there's still reasons for some things to be hidden now. But now when we know, and what he exactly said is that it's so important that, and then I asked him, I said, well, what things should I write about and what things I should not write about? He said, no, everything. The worst is to only give half the information. He said, it's so important that you give the full information. So with that, then I had letters from him to go and meet with many different teachers, and that kind of opened that path for me. So I never really saw any negativity about that, and I thought it was a great benefit because it could be very inspiring. So that was, for me, how I experienced working with that material. And then I had the opportunity for many years to be traveling in Tibet, going up to Yeshe Tsogyal's enlightenment cave and staying there with a Rinpoche overnight. And so I had, just for whatever reason, great experiences, and no one ever said that this shouldn't be shared. So that's my experience with that.
Thank you. Thank you.
My question is to Anne and Marcus, maybe. The question about Temu, how does it conflict for a normal working person to get into Temu? And then does it have to be intention that maybe I want to go for enlightenment so I get into practice, or is it okay for normal practices? And about running, despite all those intense running, are you subject to old age, knee issues and all those? Thank you. Yeah, you ask if I have some knee issues, right? Okay. I have this in former times. This was the part when I started to have education in physiotherapy and to learn my body, to know, you have to know it very well. So meanwhile, when I'm running and I have pain, my first thing, how can I repair it? And if I have an idea, I run on, and if not, I have to stop. So, but it goes some years, so you have to know your body very well. And you ask about if normal can do it, want not to be enlightenment, do the Tummo. So I went to a Tummo retreat in Ladakh, and Lama tells me the Tummo the monks do, the training, their practice there is for the next lives, and what you do is for this life. And this was, and I say, I understand. It's like I have this picture, like I do, I want a pizza. It's different. It's called, when I'm in Italy, fresh tomatoes on a wooden oven to a pizza. It's called pizza. And I can, in Germany, in a supermarket, in plastic, packed, piccolo, it's called pizza also, but it's nothing to do with each other. And they told me very clearly, so for example, I'm too old, I have to be 18, maximum 25 to start with Tummo and all that thing. So it's a practice I think you can do for this life, it helps you, but I have not a goal to enlightenment with Tummo. I'm a little realistic.
Thank you.
My question is to Professor Horn.
Can I just follow up with that question? Because there was just an interesting passage, I think, that addresses both the first and the second question. It was something, we didn't get to just because of the time. But when I was mentioning about Alexander David Neil, who was this very extraordinary Belgian explorer in the early part of the 20th century, and she was one of the first Westerners, perhaps even the very first, she studied with Lachon Rinpoche in Sikkim, and stayed in retreat in a cave there, basically, for several years, and learned Tummo. But what's very interesting, and what she writes in her book, she says here, which the teachings on Tummo were predominantly oral, and they required instruction by a learned preceptor for the techniques to be effective. So she recounts a dialogue with her teacher, Lachon Rinpoche, where she asks him, "Why are these teachings secret? Does it mean I cannot write and tell about them?" Lachon Rinpoche replied, "These teachings are not called secret because it's forbidden to talk about them. They are secret because so few who hear them understand." So that's the self-secret idea, which is common also in the tradition. But then she also said, paving the way for future research, David Neil wrote that Tummo is a practical technique that, to quote her, has nothing to do with religion, and so it can be used for ordinary purposes without lack of reverence. So again, this was kind of from the early, the second decade in the 20th century, and it kind of opened the doors. And also, it was His Holiness the Dalai Lama who basically encouraged in the late 70s for Dr. Herbert Benson to do the research that he did on Tummo practitioners in northern India, Manali and Dharamsala. So that was, again, right from the top, where wanted more information to be shared and studied about these traditions. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Last question. Okay. I want to ask a question to Professor Huan. Can you relate, is it possible to relate intense pneumo practice with the tumo, practice of Vajrayana?
You're asking?
No, Mr. Honrich. Mr. Professor Honrich.
Gracias por la pregunta. Yo quiero expresar mi respuesta en cuanto al poder que tiene la respiración fundamentalmente para cosas básicas.
Thank you so much for your question. So I relate breathwork with the very basic questions.
Que tiene que ver con el sufrimiento de la humanidad.
And first of all, it relates with the suffering of human.
Comenté un caso clínico de una violación sexual.
So I commented on clinical case of the sexual violation.
Y como a través de la respiración, entrando a estados ampliados de conciencia, uno puede llegar al perdón.
And how through breathwork technique and amplified states of consciousness one can arrive to
Y
forgiveness.
a la sanación del trauma.
And also can heal trauma.
El tema de la violación sexual es global.
The topic of sexual relationships
Todos
is
los
global.
estudiantes que tengo en el mundo, la mayoría, me hablan de casos muy, muy palpables de violación.
The students that I have in my classes, they talk about violation.
Hay sufrimiento y necesitamos un antídoto.
And there is a suffering, and of course we need the remedy to heal this trauma.
Entonces la respiración puede aperturar nuestro corazón, nuestra conciencia y desde allí observar a fondo la necesidad de sanarnos.
So that breathwork helps us to bring our heart and to see differently our trauma, and then through this heal it.
Obviamente el siguiente paso es con las personas que no necesitan sanar ningún trauma.
And of course, this technique is also useful for people who don't have traumas.
Y esta respiración también puede servir para la evolución espiritual.
And in this case, breathwork technique serves for spiritual development.
Por eso, por la experiencia que tenemos para ayudar a las personas que sufren diferentes miedos, traumas, adicciones.
So that's why we have a technique that helps to heal traumas, fears, and also different addictions.
Y teniendo grandes resultados que nos inspiran a este proyecto en futuro.
And we have big results that inspire us to continue these projects in the future.
Me gustaría invitar al Ministerio de Educación y Ciencia de Bután para trabajar juntos en el uso de breathwork meditation.
And I would like to invite the Ministry of Education and Science of Bhutan to work together on using breathwork meditation
para apoyar bienestar personal y espiritual y psicológico del ser humano.
in the form of pneuma breathwork to support the personal, spiritual, and psychological
Y el
well-being
desarrollo de su potencial.
of individuals and the development of their potential.
Gracias.
Thank you very much.
The last question? No, it's not possible. Oh, okay. So we can continue with the next session. So I invited the panelists to come here and the chairman. Thank you so much.
Can you all please kindly be seated because we're going to start the session straight away. Can you please be seated? Because we don't have time. Due to the time constraints, we're going to start the session straight away. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. And we are not going to have a break. If you want to break individually, please walk out and then come back. We are running out of time, so to save time, we will need to start the next session. Thank you.
Because
Can I please have Tanya Singer? Can you please have Tanya Singer? Good evening, everyone. I'm Yangchen Sirinzin. Let me straight away start with. Let me straight away talk about Francis V. Tissot. Francis V. Tissot is a Catholic priest of the Diocese of Ischania, Venafro, Italy, where he serves as the diocesan delegate for ecumenical and interreligious affairs. A native of New York, Father Tissot holds a Master of Divinity from Harvard University and a doctorate from Columbia University and Union Theology Seminary, specializing in Buddhist studies. His scholarly work bridges Christian theology, the history of religions, and interfaith dialogue. From 2004 to 2009, he served as the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops liaison to major world religions. He currently serves on the board of directors of Mind and Life Europe, promoting research at the intersection of contemplative traditions, philosophy, and neuroscience. Widely respected for his contributions to interreligious understanding, Father 𝐶𝐶 continues to foster dialogue between spiritual traditions. Father 𝐶𝐶, the stage is all yours now. Thank you. May I have Tanya Singer here, please?
All right, well, I guess we are coming to the conclusion of our beautiful time together, and that allows us to talk about the end of things. In my book, Rainbow Body and Resurrection, I attempted to develop the idea of what we say in Italian, che fine ha fatto? Che fine ha fatto? That is, whatever became of. But it also means, what end did a person achieve? All right? How did they die? With what spirit? So we're going to be looking at that this evening. Also, of course, Tanya will be presenting #1 paper from the first day, because she had the problem with the flights. But before we begin, I don't want to really take up too much of your time, because so much has flowed under the bridge in these days. But I did want to sing you something that perhaps will put us in the right mood. You know, we priests like to sing, and we had a couple of other singers here, so I'm going to do this for you. This is the entrance antiphon for the Mass of the Dead, okay, for the Mass for a funeral. Requiem aeternam Dona eis Domine et lux perpetua loceat eis. Okay, so there you go. A little Gregorian chant on top of all the other. Now, our first speaker is Barbara Lehman. We had a lovely conversation the other day. She's a professor at Western Washington University in psychology. She is a social health psychologist whose research focuses on stress and coping. Dr. Lehman teaches, mentors students, and has authored over 20 peer-reviewed publications in such periodicals as Social and Personality, Psychology Compass, PLOS 1, Religion, Brain and Behavior, Psychosomatic Medicine, and Health Psychology. Her most recent work attempts to draw traditional Buddhist philosophical teachings together with research in psychology. For example, her 2025 Compass article entitled How Meditation Promotes Well-Being, Applying a Dual System Theory, discusses how both research and philosophy suggest that meditation operates both by reducing emotionally charged mental processes and by promoting decentered mental states. Okay, so maybe we'll hear some of that. But there are other adventures to be had. Welcome, Barbara Lehman.
All right, so thank you for staying here until the very end of this lovely marathon of a conference. I am very appreciative to the organizers, and honestly, this has been just wonderful to hear all of what you have to say and to have so many nice conversations with everyone, so thank you for being here. The work I'm talking about now is actually not my primary area of research. It was nicely described there what my primary area is, but in fact, it's another area, and it's an area of social psychology that I've always found to be kind of weird. And as I started to learn more about Buddhism, I thought it seemed even weirder. And so I thought it would be a fun and an interesting thing to discuss with you today. So that's what I'm doing here today. I come from Bellingham, Washington, so in the far upper left corner of the US. So I'm going to open with two different quotes, one from Patrul Rinpoche, from the words of my perfect teacher. And he says, "Once born, every human in the world is sure to die, but how, when, and where we are going to die cannot be predicted. None of us can say for sure that our death will come about at a particular time or place, in a certain way, or as a result of this or that cause. There is no guarantee that death will not suddenly strike right now." He goes on to say that we should think about death and impermanence for a long time. Once you are certain that you are going to die, you will no longer find it hard to put aside harmful actions, nor difficult to do what is right. After that, meditate for a long time on love and compassion. Once love fills your heart, you will no longer find it hard to act for the benefit of others. And we know that there are a lot of Buddhist writings on this topic, on the importance of considering death and mortality. But the contrasting view that I'm going to share with you right now is one from American writer and activist James Baldwin, who says, "Life is tragic simply because the earth turns and the sun inexorably rises and sets. And one day for each of us, the sun will go down for the last time. Perhaps the whole root of our trouble, the human trouble, is that we will sacrifice all the beauty of our lives, will imprison ourselves in totems, taboos, crosses, armies, flags, nations, in order to deny the fact of death, which is the only fact we have." So here, Baldwin is saying that people take false refuge. They're so afraid of the very idea of death that they'll take false refuge in things like nationalism, war, hatred. And indeed, this is the research I'm going to share with you today. It's research that's very well prominent in experimental social psychology. So there are well over 1,000 peer-reviewed published articles on the topic of terror management theory. And so the idea of terror management theory is that thoughts of death evoke terror and extreme death anxiety. And it's so horrifying that humans work to suppress those thoughts as quickly as they can. But we know from a lot of research, and also some people have mentioned it in this group, that we're not very good as humans at suppressing emotions. So it doesn't work. So to help compensate for that, what happens is we work other ways, subconsciously, to build a sense of immortality. And what the theory suggests is that people work to defend their cultural worldviews. So this is kind of espousing things that are consistent with what you value, and also boost your own personal self-worth, self-esteem. So trying to make it seem like you're a good person who's been doing the right things, and that even when you die, the world will go on after you. You'll have a legacy. So indeed, tests of terror management theory usually take the form of studies of mortality salience. And the word mortality salience just means reminders that human lives are finite, that they will end. And these can be naturally occurring, or most often they're studied by asking people to think about their own death. So naturally occurring occasions when you see elevations in mortality salience occur, say, with times of war, natural disaster, things like this. However, most of the research, most of these thousands of studies, has experimentally manipulated mortality salience. And what that means is you have research participants, often college sophomores, often American college sophomores, who come into a research lab and they're asked to write. In the mortality salience conditions, they write about their own death, the fact that it's going to happen, what's going to happen to their body, and what emotions that makes them feel. And then there's a control or a different condition. And in those conditions, people write usually about dental pain. So dental pain, how that'll feel, and what emotions that brings up. So both people are writing. And then people are given the opportunity to defend their worldview. And indeed, consistent with this theory, people who have written about their own mortality report more prejudice against people they see as unlike them. They report more bias, so more bias in favor of people who are like them, and more bias against people who are dislike them. So also more likely to discriminate, more likely to report boosts in self-esteem, more likely even to say they're interested in romantic relationships and want to have children. So all of this is consistent with the idea that people are trying to build a sense of personal legacy. So there's, like I said, lots of research on this, and there have been a lot of summary studies, so meta-analyses where they're kind of aggregating across all of these. And researchers have, rightly so, developed a lot of criticisms of this line of research. And I'm highlighting just two of them here. One is, as I mentioned, that most of this research is conducted with American college students. So the idea that there could be cultural differences or worldview differences that might affect these patterns is not really well elaborated. And this is particularly a problem because in these synthesis articles, you see that the effects of mortality salience are largest for Americans, and they're largest for young adults. So they're doing the research where the effects are the biggest. And then I could say more about aspects of the theory that haven't been tested, but I'm not going to. So here's the reason I thought this was especially relevant, aside from the irony of it all, to bring with you today, is that there are some articles looking at the role of mindfulness and also meditation on mortality salience. And so one line of research from 2010, one article, talks about measures of trait mindfulness, so they get self-reports from people on how much they feel like they're able to attend to the present moment. And what they found was that people who are higher in mindfulness didn't have the same effects of mortality salience. And so what you see there is that for people who are low in mindfulness, those in the mortality salience condition, so this top line here, the blue line, defend their worldview more. So they kind of have more pro-US bias. And those who are in the control condition show less. But for people who are higher in self-reported mindfulness, you don't see that same pattern. There's no difference based on what people wrote about. In addition, a series of studies that were published in 2019 looked at meditation, and they randomly assigned people to meditate and looked at a number of different samples, some people from Korea, some people who were Buddhists, etc. And what they found was that following mortality salience, so the writing exercise, Koreans and Americans who meditated didn't show the differences that I just have been describing. And so here you can see in the left graph, in the Korean sample, those who did not meditate but who wrote about their own mortality reported more pro-Korean biases. And you see the same thing in the other figure for US sample. But when people were asked to meditate for 15 minutes, and importantly, these are not experienced meditators. These are just people novices. They don't know much, they were just given instruction. And what you see there is there's no difference between those two lines in terms of what people wrote about, whether or not they reported relatively more bias, and neither in the US nor in Korea. And then, like I said, they sampled a lot of different groups. They had a group of mostly Zen Buddhist monks who reported meditating 3 or more hours a day. And they had some of them write about their own mortality. And so these two lines on the far left don't differ based on whether or not they wrote about their own mortality or something else. You don't see any effects of mortality salience for Buddhists who have meditated. You don't see any effects for Buddhists who have not meditated. You also don't see it for Buddhists who have meditated, or sorry, for non-Buddhists who have meditated. So the only group among all of those where you see that mortality salience leads to the biases I was describing were non-Buddhists who didn't meditate. Okay. So it seems that there's a clear relationship between meditation, Buddhism, mindfulness, in terms of reducing these effects or the negative consequences of thinking about one's own mortality. And forward, okay. That looks strange. Okay, so why might this be? Why might there be a relationship between mindfulness and meditation and mortality salience? And there's actually some research suggesting there are lots of reasons for this. So one thing is that those who meditate tend to have less death anxiety. We also know that people who think about death, so some death education practices and those sorts of things, that promotes mindfulness. So there are bidirectional relationships here among these concepts. We also know from research that meditation tends to reduce afflictive emotions, right? That's the point of what a lot of us are doing here, trying to reduce those afflictive emotions. So we know that meditation can facilitate the idea that you are not the contents of your mind, right? We're separate from the contents of our mind. And so the ability to see that is really important. Meditation can also reduce attempts to suppress, reduce anxiety, reduce rumination. And all of these processes seem to be very related to the causes of mortality salience, the biases that come from that. So, and this is more my area of research, typical area. Okay, of course, we also know that Buddhist writings have a lot to say on this topic. So, in contrast to the idea that that the thought of death is so terrifying that we need to eliminate it from our brain, most Buddhist writings suggest that we should think about death. We should meditate on death, like it was said in the quote from Patrul Rinpoche. And these writings suggest that are there in the Pali Canon, so describing the Shakyamuni Buddha as deathless, meaning not afraid of the death of this present body. And there's a Tibetan saying that says, "It is better to fear death now and die fearlessly than to avoid fear of death now and die with terror." And we know that His Holiness the Dalai Lama meditates on his own death multiple times a day. So it's all throughout. I didn't have to look far to come up with these sources. So from a Buddhist perspective, it makes sense to build thoughts of death into your daily activities. And Daejong Rinpoche says, even since yesterday, your lifespan has shortened. That is obviously true, right? So there are a lot of people here who know a lot more about this than I do, but my understanding is that meditation on death helps to increase our understanding of impermanence. Everything changes. Human lives change. People come and go. And this can help to reduce the fundamental attachment we have to ourselves and to other people and get away from this fundamental ignorance and also promote compassion. So I'm astonished that the bell hasn't rung yet. I'm a little nervous. When I went so, it was. I'm talking very quickly, I guess. You're doing well. I'm almost done. I've just got a Milarepa quote, and then I'm done. So maybe we'll get us out of here a little earlier. Okay. So to close with Milarepa, in the horror of death, I took to the mountains. Again and again, I meditated on the uncertainty of the hour of death, capturing the fortress of the deathless, unending nature of mind. Now all fear of death is over and done. So, thank you. I'm happy to talk more.
Thank you very much for that. That really opens the field for our look at the Bardo Todol, which is our next speaker. Okay, so we have, now, are you from Ladakh, 𝐷𝐿? Yeah, oh, okay, so that's why it's 𝐷𝐿. Yeah. Because I studied Tibetan with the venerable late Geshe 𝐷𝐿, who was a very, very great teacher of the Tibetan language from Ladakh. And so it's good to see another Ladakhi here among us. 𝐷𝐿 𝐂𝐞 is a PhD scholar in the Department of Philosophy at the University of Hyderabad in India. Her research interests broadly encompass Tibetan Buddhism with a focus on its philosophical frameworks and textual practices. She completed her master's degree in philosophy and religion from the Department of Philosophy and Religion, Banaras Hindu University in India. Her current research work focuses on the Terma, the treasure tradition, especially the Bardo Todol Chenmo of the Nyingma literature of Tibetan Buddhism. Under the supervision of Khenpo Konchok, faculty at the Central Institute of Buddhist Studies in Ladakh, she gained 3 months' experience reading Tibetan block print editions of a text commonly referred to as Specha in the Ladakhi Boti language. So we welcome you to the podium, and we look forward to plunging into one of the most attractive and influential texts in Tibetan Buddhism as far as the West is concerned. Yes.
Hello everyone, Jule Kuzu Zambola. Sorry, now I feel like I don't have anything left to say after so many people talking about this. Still, yet I'll try my best to put on some of my views in this. Oh yeah, before that, I would like to extend my thanks for this wonderful event. And it's a really exposure for me, like I'm coming outside India for the first time. So thank you very much. So, yeah. So Bardo Todol Chenmo, for those of you who is, I think all of us know about it. Like it's very famous. As Tibetan Book of Dead. So Bardo Todol Chenmo is considered a Terma work under Nyingma tradition. Terma is a treasure work, which are kept concealed just to discover later on at the right time. So this book is composed by Guru Rinpoche, and it was a part of a larger text collection called Self-Liberation Wisdom of Peaceful and Wrathful Deities. So the text is known to have composed in the 8th century, and it was later transmitted to his first disciple, 𝐸𝐶 𝐂𝐞, as Gila was speaking about. However, about 𝐸𝐶 Gila was talking about. However, the teachings were initially concealed, and then in the 14th century, it was unearthed by Terton, or treasure revealer, called Karma Lingpa. So talking about the current application of the text, in places like, since I'm from India, Ladakh, in Ladakh, in Tawang, Spiti, these are the places where the practice of this text is still carried on, a practice where this book is read in the funeral of somebody who is dead, in front of the deceased one. And the belief is that it will guide the death through the Bardo states of the after-death states. I mean, after death and before rebirth, in that Bardo state, the deceased will be guided. That's the whole view. Talking about the meaning of the Bardo Thosdol Chenmo, Bardo can be understood as in between or intermediate state, or as Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche also put it as gap. He understood it as gap. And Thosdol meaning, Thos meaning to hearing, Dol meaning to liberate. In Ladakhi language, Dol also has the connotation of to untie the knot of being in samsara. Of course, that's my point. In northern India, the intermediate state between the death and rebirth has been established in 5th century, but it changed gradually. So in 13th century, sixfold within the one cycle of samsara, sixfold bardo within one cycle of samsara has been accepted by the Buddhist tradition. Just like in Nyingma tradition also, Dzogchen. So there are 6 states of existence or consciousness. 3 living when we're living, when we are alive, and 3 after death states. So Skenaski Bardo, Milamgi Bardo, Samtangi Bardo are the 3 living states, and Chikai Bardo, Chosmitki Bardo, and Shritpai Bardo are the 3 after death states. So I won't go into detail about the states. My approach of this presentation is to show some of the Western perspective on this book, some of the commentaries on this book, and also to compare with the Eastern and put on some of my views. Yeah. So Bardo Thosdol Chenmo was infamous, like it got famous in the West when 𝐸𝐻𝐶 first introduced it in 1927. He translated it as Tibetan book, the Tibetan Book of the Dead. So the title was it was mistitled, the scholars argued. That's why later in 1975, Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche and Francis Fremantle used the approximate title as The Great Liberation Through Hearing. So, yeah. There are many translation and commentaries that's been done on this book specifically. So, but I'm not gonna go into detail in all. I'll be picking some of the books and I'm gonna be talking about it. So 𝐸𝐻𝐶 has a theosophical influence on his first interpretation of the book, a translation of the book in 1927. As we talk about Robert Thurman's translation, he talks about the cultivation of art of dying. And Carl Jung has also passed a psychological commentary, which I'm going to later talk about in my presentation. And Robert Vicks, this is again interesting one. He passed a therapeutic psychological commentary on the book. And further also, His Holiness the Dalai Lama has also wrote a introductory commentary on the book. Qubits has written a historical commentary, and there are many other studies has been done, like controversial aspects of the Bardo Thosdol Chenmo in the near-death experience by Michael Nam, or Donald Lopez, who tries to connect it with the Mormon history, and Jessica Locke. So I'll be talking about some of them. Okay. Here, first I'll talk about Carl Jung. So he begins his paper saying it is meant for death and dying, like the book of Egyptian book of death, sorry. So it's supposed to provide a guidance during the after-death states of the Bardo. So he also calls this book so unusual because for the reason that it is not negatively European. So meaning it doesn't choose either or, approach, yeah. He says that it's affirmative, saying like it is both, it follows the both and. So he chooses this paragraph, which I'll just read it out. Recognizing the voidness of thine own intellect to be Buddhahood, and knowing at the same time to be thine own consciousness, thou shalt abide in the state of divine mind of the Buddha. So his interpretation of this line is so much Western, so much Westernized. But as we talk about some books, any text, it has a lot of background, cultural background or philosophical background. So I think he kind of misinterpreted, which Dalai Lama, in His Holiness Dalai Lama, when we see his interpretation, he says clearly that generating oneself as a meditational deity is a means to individual union of realization of emptiness and perfect awareness. So it is something very different from the ordinary perception and apprehension. So when we understand that, when we think about Buddha being a union with the you, that means you're thinking of the your duality of the mind vanishes. So meaning you're meditating on the pure state of your mind. So yeah, and Jung also states that Bardo Thosdol is completely a psychological description of a human psyche. Complete description of human psyche, sorry. On the extent, he also goes on to the extent saying that where in Chosngit Bardo there are wrathful deities that's been described, he says it can be compared to the person who is suffering from schizophrenia or split mind disorder. His ending was he talks about that Bardo Thosdol is being a closed book and stays a closed book is how he concludes his commentary, to which 𝐓𝐡𝐞 argues, saying that he's following a really aristocratic attitude towards the book's revelation for the people. So, So he tries to show that how the book is clearly for everyone, whether they have the capability to understand it or not, because it offers a series of opportunities at every level of consciousness, and it prescribes for enlightenment. So he says, from his understanding, he says that it is written specially for the benighted and bewildered souls. Yeah. So when in Bardo Thosdol, when we are being urges an individual to reinterpret that the world is no more than the reflection in the water, or that is illusory. 𝐓𝐡𝐞 says that it aims to dissolve the meaning and reality of the individual's former world by detaching the individual from involvement in the world, in that world, and which allows the person to become to be reborn. So in a way, he tries to say that there's a commonality, or say the main aim of both the Bardo Thosdol Chenmo and the psychoanalytical method of dream interpretation has the same aim, that is to alleviate the psychic suffering or restore mental health. Oh, so sorry. I have so many things to say. Yeah, okay.
3 minutes.
Okay. Okay, I'll just try to wrap. Okay. Another point is groundlessness. Jessica Locke, she tries to understand, sorry. Okay, yeah. Her paper is on a cross-cultural relevance of the groundlessness. So how she understands groundlessness, how she describes is like the events in our day-to-day life where our apparent foundations of one's selfhood and thought vacate. So she says that groundlessness can be used as a moral, psychological dimension because it shifts our attention from the rigid system of thought and the rigid concept of selfhood that we have built up from such thought to the dynamic relationship with the unfixed selfhood. So in a way that it helps us break our infectious way of thinking. Yeah. So in a way, she says that Bardo is also serves as a way where dissolution of and rupture of selfhood can be experienced. But the problem is that for us to be in that, after the death state, there is it's just one stand chance. So she goes on to the saying the mini deaths that happens on an everyday level. For example, the mini deaths, what she meant by is daily small changes that happens in our life, which affects our experience and can be called Bardo as well. So she says that there is a loss of security, one might look at it as, but then there's always a potential for growth and transformation. Okay, so sometimes when we know the answer of certain problems that we have, but we are not able to cope up with it, even if we want to. For example, we understand that we lack the true intrinsic self, but yet we are attached. So what are the reasons that are responsible for such things? So these are the mental blocks or the obscurations which are present in both subtle and gross level. Here the obscurations, there are two obscurations described in Bardo Thozul Chenmo. One is the afflictive obscuration and then cognitive obscuration. Afflictive obscuration can be understood as a gross level of obscuration, and cognitive obscuration can be understood as a really subtle level of obscuration. Yeah, I'm just there. Okay, so the Bardo Thozul also talks about the antidotes of such obscurations. So here is where I'm bringing in the concept of emptiness, concept of compassion, and impermanence. The book itself suggests that when we focus on these things, it works as an antidote for our suffering, for the obscurations to eliminate. So I'll just. So, okay. Yeah. So what happens if when we meditate on the impermanence? So when we realize that everything is everything is impermanent. Okay, I'll just wrap it up. Yeah. Okay. So my conclusion is that give it the concepts in 𝐷𝐴 𝐒𝐴𝐲, we can say that like it helps us to understand that there is a way to eliminate our suffering and help not just ourselves, but help others too by focusing on ourselves, meaning changing ourselves for the betterment of, to help others. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Sorry for the muddled up description.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a very difficult topic, and you have really grappled with it. There are of course, a commentary of literature. So now we'll have Tanya Singer. Tanya should have given the very first paper on the first day. As you all know, the difficulties that arose. We welcome her at this last moment. We're also old friends with our Mind and Life connection. And I really hope that this will be, actually, what it looks like you're going to say is going to be very helpful for us walking out the door. In the sense that the design of research in neuroscience and meditation is at the very heart of what we do in Mind and Life and what we've been talking about for 4 days. So let me just give a brief introduction to your illustrious career. Tanya Singer is professor and director at the Max Planck Society's Social Neuroscience Lab in Berlin. She is a social neuroscientist, psychologist, and world expert on empathy and compassion. She has a passion for creating bridges between fields that typically never interact, such as linking neuroscience with economics, science with the arts, science with spirituality. Learning from contemplative traditions from the East, she has initiated and headed one of the largest meditation-based secular mental training studies on compassion, the Resource Project. Linking such findings to the field of economics, she developed a caring economics approach, which was published in a very fine book, and developing new models of economy based on care and social cohesion. Throughout her life, she has explored how interchange can bring about societal change, putting science in the service of societal transformation. And if that isn't the theme of the whole 4 days, I don't know what is. Welcome, Tanya.
Thank you for that, Jesus. Thank you. And sorry for being late. I should have talked as an entry keynote, and this is why the talk is not 15 minutes long, but a little bit longer, because I was asked at the entry talk to talk 30 minutes or so. So I hope the ling, 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 ling will not go after 15 minutes. So I will not talk about caring economics today. There is a meeting tomorrow somewhere about caring economics. So I'll talk today. I want to show you what is actually contemplative neuroscience, right? And where does it come from, and how did it emerge actually from a dialogue similar to that one we had the last 3-4 days. So contemplative neuroscience really emerged out of a dialogue of, let's say, empirical natural science from usually, it's stupid to say from the West because they exist all over the world, right? But like the empirical natural sciences and the contemplative tradition from the East, which is also stupid to say from the East because there are a lot of Buddhist monks and there's also Benedictine monks and all kind of, like Father Tiso is from the Catholic background, so you know what I mean. And the origin of this Mind and Life Institute is actually, the founder is His Holiness the Dalai Lama himself, and Francisco Varela, who has passed away, but he was a neuroscientist, a philosopher, a practitioner, a Buddhist, and a wonderful person. And they became friends, and the background philosophy somehow, which is guiding this whole field in which we are working across the world now, right? Contemplative science or contemplative neuroscience, is a background from Francisco Varela, where he said we have to stop either putting as priority what science calls the third person perspective, right? Like I'm measuring some objective feature, And what you are doing, right, through introspection, like consciousness, yeah, you're like meditating, and then there is an experience of consciousness, and that is called first-person perspective in this framework. And then there is something which is called second-person perspective, and that's the emergent reality which comes out of a dialogue between my brain and your brain. And I mean, I'm a brain scientist, so I'm saying my brain, your brain, but you could say my mind, your mind, and the mind, a collective mind. And I will show you how we developed meditation together, like with a partner, to actually account for the second-person perspective and not just the first-person, me meditating alone. And this were the very early gathering. You see all the male, the white hair male in suits are the Western scientists, and they really came from quantum physics, very, very bright, the best of the best, really, you can say, like Nobel Prize winning scientists coming together. You see Paul Ekman, a psychologist of emotion. You see quantum physicist Seilinger, and. Zionk is also saying, you see Richie Davidson, who is a very good friend of His Holiness and also a colleague of mine doing the same stuff. So then at some point, the Dalai Lama said, stop with living room conversation, right? We have now understood our concept, let's go out. So we had like a lot in Mind and Life, almost sometimes twice a year, huge conferences in the West, either in America, in Europe, also in Africa lately. And they were like, you see me here in a football stadium with 10,000 people. So they were not small, they were like sometimes really, really big. And that brought kind of topics like altruism in economics or consciousness or the different topics, plasticity. That was a meeting I helped co-organize in Zurich, and that was bringing altruism back into economics. And I remember at that time people said, but the Buddhists will not have anything to say to economy. But I remember His Holiness and all this Buddhist scholar being really, really saying a lot about economy and how altruism should enter economy, and I think this country knows the best, right? That happiness in care is in the heart of economy. So that was a very early meeting addressing directly this topic. Then this was the birth, actually, here, Father Tiso, of Mind and Life Europe. I got these old photos out. You see Mathieu Ricard, Brother David, and so Mind and Life Europe was born, and that was actually a very, very interesting meeting in Drepung in south of India, where the Dalai Lama had put a lot of schools, Buddhist schools, together, and these were 10,000 monks, I think, or more, to debate whether we should introduce Western science into monastic curriculum. And the verdict after 4 days of debating, and really a lot, was actually yes. So after that meeting, Western scientists from all came and wrote books, like pedagogical books, to basically teach monks into Western science. So out of these dialogues came a movement which is now called the mindfulness movement, right? So this was very much John Kabat-Zinn's early effort, that he developed secular mindfulness-based 8-week programs. And when I say secular, it was important because in the Western world, he was based in Harvard Medical School. You couldn't have, a treatment of patient when it was religious. So he started taking old meditation and making it secular. And then a lot of people followed. There were MBCT is, for example, a program in Oxford from William, Tuesday was the originator, and that was an 8-week program more for like rumination, depression, more like clinical application, but very close. And you see that when the Dalai Lama in 2000 said, now we really talked enough. Now you scientists, you go out and you start doing research on our meditation practice. I want to know what works and what not. We were very astonished, a religious leader saying we should prove very ancient to be wrong or right. But you see that in the moment when these conferences happened, NIH in America put money in, and this is the exponential curve of mindfulness-related publication going up after 2000. So it was a rapid growth of science done in this field. And after the first mindfulness paper, a lot of compassion and empathy paper came out. So now I tell you about research we did in my lab. I'm also, since 25 years, I'm in this business, right? So I have a long trajectory already. And what we did, we started in 2008, we're still publishing, so it's a lifetime project. It's called the Resource Project, one of the largest mental training study. And then I will show you how we use the knowledge of the science huge study to develop science evidence-based programs which now are so thin and shorter that they can go into school, into healthcare, into all kinds of domains, right? Become translational. And that's the edu-social project. So I don't have to tell you about all the mental health problems in the world, right? You are aware of it. Since pandemic and COVID, loneliness is increasing even more, stress-related decrease, and what is new is that now loneliness is not a thing of 80 plus anymore, but the youngest cohorts are the loneliest, 18 to 25. So that is new. And that is since the pandemic in the whole world, you can observe that. So we call it already a loneliness epidemic because it hits people who usually wasn't lonely and they feel lonely. This is also a reason because of social media. No, of all your cell phones. If you do that too long, you get lonely. So, okay, we have a multiple crisis, mental health crisis exploding. So we wanted to say, okay, let's do something science evidence-based, which on a bigger scale can really help society address this mental health crisis, because it is worldwide now, it's not just a country. And I talked to some healthcare professional yesterday and also to the ex-minister of healthcare here. She said, you have the same problem here arising. So even in Bhutan, I wouldn't have thought so, but it's across the whole world. So the Resource Project was really the first project to address these questions. So we developed a 9-month program where the first 3 months was called presence module, and it's what in the West you would call classic mindfulness meditation. Shamatha. It's kind of a shamatha meditation. It's attention-based practices. And then the affect module, the red one, were all meditation practice which open the heart, no? In biology, we say they activate the affiliation care system, like this altruistic system we have. And so it's loving kindness, metta, gratitude, all kind of practices which are socio-emotional, right? Which are working on these things. And the third module, 3 months, are metacognitive practices, like observing thought, taking the perspective, cognitive, reflexive. And so we could compare. We had an app, so we could follow everyone and know exactly who is meditating how much and We were like using this research tool, and we had a lot of meditation teacher following. And at the beginning of a 3-month module, 100 people would go in retreat, silent retreat for 4 days. And then they would do every day, they would do 30 minutes of practice. Yeah, and each module had specific practices. And you see already on that model, the classic mindfulness model had like solitude meditation, but the social modules, affect and perspective, they had, in addition to the classic, meditation done alone, metta meditation, observing thought, they had these partner-based meditation. And that was the first time we did that. So people said, Tanya, you are totally crazy. You will have a dropout rate of 90%. 9 months, people who are working every day 30 minutes, retreats every 3 months, and we measured them with 90 different measures, like huge multidisciplinary study. We had a dropout rate of less than 7% after a year. It was Guinness Book of Records. And that was also because of the diets, these kind of partner-based, interpersonal, because people loved them. So now you might ask, why do you do this triangulation? Why splitting affect, perspective? Where does that come from, right? It has in Buddhism you also have that, no? Like His Holiness always say 2 wings of compassion, no? Wisdom and compassion. But there is also in neuroscience a backbone. It fits very well with what we know from psychology and neuroscience, that we have different networks in the brain and also psychologically speaking to support empathy and compassion on the one hand, the affect, and on the other hand, a more reflective cognitive network. And I tell you a little story because I think this story also exemplifies how the working together between monastic practitioner and Western scientists like me can bring about totally new knowledge. So it's not like, we come and we just prove something which is known anyhow, right? And it's not the other way around. We really, through this dialogue, if you start working together, you develop new things. And that's really and so I was an empathy researcher, in neuroscience. So I did brain imaging. That's the big scanner, right? Which allows you to image your brain. And I wanted to measure, how do I feel the pain of another person? And we call that empathy. So our definition of empathy is, if you have pain, I resonate with the pain, I feel with your pain, right? If you are in joy, I have empathic joy, right? So it's an emotional resonance. And you can see in the brain that the brain is resonating as well. So meaning, if, for example, I'm suffering a painful bee sting, yeah, we can do that in the scanner. There is a network, the pain matrix in my brain lighting up in green here. When I see my partner outside of the scanner suffering pain, the same parts of the network light up which are processing my own pain. It's like a mirror. It's like a mirror basically knowing, this is how he feels, because it is activating the same network in the brain which processes my own pain. It's the red. So at that time, this was revolutionary in neuroscience. People thought, how can you do this? The brain doesn't even get some signal. It's someone else suffering, So they said, you will measure an empty brain. But we didn't measure an empty brain. It was in fire. So it went through the whole world, and people said, now you have to train if we are hardwired for empathy, you have to do plasticity research. Plasticity research means training, cultivating and seeing how the brain changes. And usually when you do plasticity research, you take experts. So for example, violinists who have started doing violin very early on, or pianists, And then you see whether their somatosensory cortex in the brain is getting thicker. But I was like, okay, who are the people who train empathy thousands of hours every day since years? This were you. So, because I was part of the Mind and Life Institute, His Holiness was very keen in us doing research. So he sent us high-level practitioners into our labs. So this is Mingyur Rinpoche, for example, and this is Mathieu Ricard. I don't know whether you know him. He's very often here. He was a pupil of, Diego Khyentse Rinpoche, who was also here in Bhutan. And he is half French. I'm also half French, so we could talk well. And he was a biologist before he became a Buddhist monk, so he knows Western science. So I went to Holland with him, and I said, Mathieu, you go into the scanner, and now I need to observe what you're doing when you go in compassion meditation, different states, metta meditation, compassion with an object of reference, without. So I thought, because I thought empathy, compassion is the same at that time. I was naive. So I expected the pain matrix, right? I expected to see the suffering in the brain. But what I saw with Mathieu was a network which we know is actually with positive feeling of warmth, of love, reward. I was like, Mathieu, what are you doing? You are not suffering? Because he should imagine a video we had seen of very, very suffering children in an orphanage, very thin and horrible pictures. And I thought, is he thinking about the food he will get? Because it was before lunch, And these networks light up also if you, like I get chocolate. So then I asked him, I said, you're not really suffering with the other, no? And then he said, no, you didn't ask me to suffer. You asked me to go in compassion. That's what I did. I'm fully in. So I understood that I had not understood compassion, but that compassion had nothing to do with empathy. So I asked him, can you please, for the sake of science, go into empathy and just take the suffering of these children as if it would be your own, right? Like really go resonate. Puff, I saw the other network lighting up, the pain network. So I knew that he was normal, that he could activate this empathy for pain network. So then happened what was very interesting, where he learned something, because when I asked him, do you want to now go out and to go lunch, he said, no, please, I need to do some blocks of metta for my own peace, because I'm burning out in the scanner. It's unbearable suffering. I can't handle it. So he went back, and so we developed a model where we tested it not just with monks, but with a lot of students who have never meditated, complete naive people in Switzerland, wherever. And we really could find evidence again and again and again for these two networks. So meaning empathy is resonating with the suffering, but the risk, the danger of it is that it can move into what we call empathic distress. Yeah? If the suffering of the other becomes too much your own, you get into this distress. And perhaps in many, many countries, the burnout rates of healthcare provider is very huge, sometimes 80%. And many of the burnout cases is because of too much empathic distress. And so we are teaching now, out of these findings, how to move from a healthy empathy into compassion, to nurses, to healthcare provider, to doctors, so that they learn how to protect themselves, because you cannot burn out of too much compassion, no? You cannot burn out of too much love. So that was very important discovery, and a lot of people using this now to really build more resilience in a lot of fields where you have to do with a lot of stress and suffering. So I have shown you now just the science between empathy and compassion, but now imagine in the brain there is also attention networks, and there are mentalizing networks, perspective taking, reflective in green. And so what we did in the research project was to have modules to actually activate these networks to induce plasticity. It's a bit like in a fitness gym, no? If you want to activate these muscle here, you do this, right? And then if you want to muscle there, you do this. You can do that with the mind. And what we found is actually that it was working. So this is, such a slide needs 7 years to produce, right? It's a lot of work behind. And that shows that after 3 months of mindfulness attention meditation, networks which are important for attention get thicker. It's like the hardware, the neurons get thicker, the gray matter get thicker a little bit. It's not that your brain goes out of the head, but it's getting thicker. In the same brain, after 3 months of compassion-based metta, loving kindness, gratitude, you have the empathy and compassion areas getting thicker. And after 3 months of reflective meditation, you have the other area get thicker. So it really means that you can train your brain, right? You can change it. And this will have a direct response to behavior. So the thicker your insula gets, the more compassion you will show. The thicker this other network gets, the more you get like perspective taking and so on. Okay, so that was great news, right? It's like, oh, we can, I think you don't have to believe in brain changes, but I can tell you, for many, 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 many people in the West, these findings open the door so that they start practicing. Because then they start, okay, if that changes the brain, I can do that too. And then they start sitting. So that is what, just shortly, this is this dyadic practice, right, which might also be new for you, I don't know. It's a meditation done together. So if you are in a retreat, you sit front in front, eye to eye. I have learned that in a Satori process. It's a very intensive retreat which comes from Zen tradition. But you can also do it every day on the telephone, 12 minutes practice. And so it's very easy. You can imagine if I would do, if I would be paired with Father Tiso, and I don't know him, right? We don't know each other. We are just part of the program. So then I'm like, hey, hello. We do that every day, right, on the telephone. So I'm like, tell me a situation where you felt stress or difficult emotion and how it felt in body. And then bong, and then you start I was a chair and it was running out of time, and there was this gong, 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 and I felt really stressed, and my hands start sweating, and I was like, how should I do that? And and I felt like hot, and like sumo practice, hot, hot, hot. So you say that now. After 2.5 minutes, gong. Thank you, thank you. Now tell me a situation where you felt gratitude, right? How did gratitude feel in your body? You have 2.5 minutes, gong. Okay, and then we change roles. Then Father Tiso starts asking same question, and I have to reflect. Okay, so it's a mix of vipassana on difficult emotion every day, and gratitude is really very resilient. And so what we found in this first study is that people love doing it. It was, even though every day you have to have a rendezvous, no, you have to meet a person in your booklet, but it was, and people felt much closer after a diet to the other person. And after weeks, they felt much closer already to people they didn't even know. So I would be coupled with you. I have never seen you. I have not even done a diet, but I would already feel much more connected. Meaning that something like an oh, that's the bell. I feel very stressed right now. This means 2 minutes. Okay, so just believe me, there is plenty of data. There is plenty of data outside which show that different types of meditation have very conducive effects, right? They can reduce stress, they can increase resilience, they can increase cooperation, altruism. But the important thing is it really depends which meditation you were engaging every day. It really depends which type of meditation. You will have very different outcomes after mindfulness or after compassion. Okay, so just 2 minutes. My God, that's really stressful. To cut a 30-minute presentation into 15 is majestic work. Okay, so then came the COVID pandemic. And as you know, everyone was more stressed, everyone was more lonely. So we said, let's do something about it. And reduced this huge 9-month study, which was so successful, to a 10-week, purely online program with 12 minutes meditation only, very, very short. And we did one group just classic mindfulness, and one group did partner exercise. And what we found was really astonishing. I make it quick now because we 1 minute. It's like at least 12 paper here in this. So what we found is that if you compare classic mindfulness and diets, the diet was actually much more doing more. So both were reducing depression, anxiety, stress, and all these things, but only the diet was able to reduce loneliness, no? And to foster social cohesion and the sense of we, and the sense of social, and to reduce social stress, right? So people said, oh my God, if you can do that online and only 10 weeks and 12 minutes a day, but every day, you have to bring it into schools and into society because we have these mental health epidemics, right? We don't have enough therapists. So we did that. So we started bringing these processes in schools, in healthcare. So we are now running studies with 120 German teachers in schools. We are about to run in Austria a study with 200 medical students. We have, during the COVID pandemic, run retreats, like live retreats with 2 months of diet every day afterward. And it really worked really, really well. It's really, really... and we even did it now in Lufthansa. You know, this is our German air company. So employees from the German air company Lufthansa are doing diets every day with other employees. And so they're practicing not only their mental health and their social skills, but also social cohesion, no? Like a feeling of togetherness. Okay, thank you. So if you want to know more, there are these web pages.
how contemplative education programs can make use of this data, you see? So that's really important because it does back up the idea that there is evidence-based, experimentation that means that this is functional and workable, and using critical thinking can be introduced into a variety of institutions. Anyway, what a wonderful 4-day time together. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we wrap up the event, let me take this opportunity to hear from some of our participants who will share their valedictory speech. Please welcome Indrani Laskar. Can Ellen Channer also come, please? And Zimmerman, Craig, Mr. Craig, and Mr. Ignacio. Mr. Ignacio A. Fernandez.
Good evening. Days back, I came here with the hopes in heart and curiosity in mind, hoping to learn something, curious to know what the conference about. I live with joy in heart and delight of mind, having experienced the variety of this conference, having refreshed and enlightened by all the insights and interactions, and also the beautiful environment around us, the nature bewitching, buildings beautiful, peace engulfing us, and we had learned so much. Right from the AI, we had learned about, because now it is the age of digital media taking our lives, and we know how without losing ourselves and what to bring, because we were been now alone and together. So now we train our mind for happiness, and yes, how to bridge Buddhist philosophy and psychology and science, and as we progress from material needs of food, shelter, almost about to meet the goals of SDG. And when, even after meeting such material prosperity, questions arise. Are we really happy? What next? Here comes the question of human flourishing. And it is also very nice that we got these sessions of meditations and all. But perhaps may I also very humbly request our great teachers out here, because we are always battling with stress and depression. Maybe it can be more practical if we have some questions being answered, which touches upon our lives. So that suppose I have to go back and deal with my, say for instance, the toxic colleagues, unhappy relatives, how do I deal with it? Maybe that gem of wisdom from the great teachers would have been even more helpful, along with the meditation sessions. Then another thing which I felt, yes, today was extremely beautiful session which we had learned about the art sculpture which is related to Buddhism. Maybe we expect more of learning of these, because these are so beautiful, and many of us, we don't even know how the spread of Buddhism was possible to murals, sculptures, and all those temples. And another thing which I felt was that when I was looking at this session from this gentleman from Japan, we know so little of Buddhism that is being practiced in other countries also. Sometimes we may have the knowledge, we think that we have the knowledge, but maybe like that can also be included upon. This is just what I have thought. And another beautiful thing which I have was just one thing was that, it touched upon the Christianity, and we had a beautiful discussion about it, and this brought to me my thought of the Book of Joy. And yes, we had come here as strangers, we go back as Dharma friends. Thanks once again, and since I have to rush through, that is all. It has indeed been a fulfilling, refreshing experience for me. And of course, as a policy maker, I hope that next time we can again come together and then we think more of concrete ways how to incorporate this mindfulness into public policy and all. We know what it is now. Maybe it is also the time that we curve out the pathway. That is what I feel, because this is what I had been trying for last 2 to 3 years in my own state, but I've not been able to forge or convince the people around. Thanks once again. The bell is ringing. It's time for me to say thank you very much. Tashi Chiden.
Good evening, everybody. I've been asked to keep this under 20 minutes, so I'll try to be brief. Louder. Can everybody hear me okay? Right. Because there are so many people here today who I haven't yet had the good fortune to speak with personally, a quick introduction. My name is Craig Lewis. I work as senior editor for the online Buddhist journal, Buddhist.org Global. And I feel very fortunate to be here with all of you this week, and more than a little surprised to have this opportunity to share a few words today. Like most overseas visitors, I'm grateful for the opportunity to spend even a small amount of time in Bhutan. I think that everyone who comes here from outside feels a connection with this beautiful country. In my case, Bhutan is where, for the first time, I felt moved enough to take formal refuge vows. This was back in 2016, and I was in Paro, and so I went to 𝐂𝐞 𝐂𝐞. So in that sense, each visit carries a warm feeling of homecoming. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Buddhist.org Global, we provide a diverse range of Buddhist content for practitioners and communities everywhere. As well as English, we have growing editions in Chinese and Spanish languages, each with an editorial aspiration to share the riches of this ancient spiritual tradition. And as such, for as long as Buddhist.org is online, and so far that's been 30 years, our content will always be freely available to the world. And in that same spirit, I'd like to encourage anyone here today, if you would like to see your work or your research shared with a larger Buddhist audience, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. That's my email address there. Further to this point, I'd like to express my admiration for the many learned speakers and teachers we've been blessed to hear from this week. The breadth and the depth of knowledge, research, and spiritual practice that has been shared here has been really quite astonishing. All of this just goes to underscore how immensely valuable this conference is for bringing together so many great minds, teachers, practitioners, and perspectives with a shared aspiration to benefit sentient beings. And before I'm kicked off, I'd quickly like to express my deep gratitude to Dasho Kamaura and CBS for inviting me to attend this year's conference. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is 𝐓𝐡𝐞 𝐂𝐲. I am from Venezuela, but I live in Japan, lecturing in Japanese studies. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my impression about this conference. This is my first time participating in this type of conference. I was here, this is the 5th conference, and the number of participants are growing. Personally, I have been very happy. I am very happy to share and come to Bhutan. This is a country that I have wanted to visit since a long time ago. I am leaving now satisfied with a very good impression. First of all, I was very welcome here. The organizers and the entire staff were very kind and friendly to me. And I was able to enjoy delicious lunches listening to traditional music. Meeting here with scholars from around the world, it was a blessing for me. Just sitting here, right in front of you, it was very good. I take note and I learned a lot. Thank you very much to all the speakers. I am glad that the program that you made was very enriching with meditation section, health, astrology consultation, as well as a practice of a consciousness expanding technique called Neuma Breakboard, which we did 2 days ago with the Professor Juan Ruiz Naupari. For me, coming here was was not only a source of knowledge, but also life experience. I remember that during that section of live break work, I did a lot for 20 minutes, we did a breathing exercise. And I remember that for me here, there was a kind of thinking, tiki, 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 I feel it in my body, and involuntary muscle movement. So it was a good experience in regard to the flow of energy of the body. Yesterday, I enjoyed the mindful music concert. It was amazing with foreign artists and local music. I was very happy, but most happy that I can be now is having made a lot of friends and connections. I have now many, many friends from the United States, Sikkim, Japan, Swiss, Bhutan, and even from my own country here in Venezuela. I am glad to have met all of them, and I want to keep in touch with them. Organizing a conference like this is not easy, I know, and I really appreciate all your effort. At this conference, we have emphasized the word mindfulness. But let's be clear. We should not forget that mindfulness is heartfulness. In China, Japan, and other parts of the world, these two words, mind and heart, are the same. In Japan, it's only one kanji, one ideogram that represents these two, mind and heart. So we focus on mind, we relate with intelligence, but integrating heart and mind, we are developing wisdom. That's why compassion now is very important. This is love from within, from our heart. And the most important thing is that it is sacred. That is why we do meditation, to access this divine source deep within ourselves, from our hearts, from our subconscious mind. And this is the only way to reach to this understanding. Finally, I can say that I am very glad that we have all gathering here at this present moment with different view and perspective, coming from different places, to communicate. And in communion, we take a step further in order to access this divine source or state of alignment that is rightful ours. Thank you very much.
I'd like to give thanks from the bottom of my heart
for what has been more than a conference. I felt as if one was almost caught up in and born by a wellspring of a nation. There was a flow, to have a flow with senior Rinpoches, the Queen Mother, the Prime Minister, senior members of the Sangha, musicians coming together, perhaps for the first time from Mongolia, Nepal, India, Bhutan, international guests, Bhutanese youth, all coming together. And I feel it was summed up, the sense of being more than a conference was summed up by the statement by the Prime Minister, that inner transformation and collective change are not separate. When I was a child, we had an Australian singer stay with us, and I was struck by one of his songs, and it came back to me. Could there be one nation that history could record, showed the world a way to live that all men could afford? They knew how to serve and share, and life was so free and fair. He's passed away. He never saw Bhutan. We live in a very fractured world of increasing turmoil. We see absolutely tragic violence taking place, for example, in the Middle East, and I feel my country is shamefully complicit in that violence. We see desperate wars in Ukraine, Sudan, ruthless, ongoing exploitation of nature, and the point of breaching planetary boundaries. So, thank you, Bhutan. Here we thank you for nurturing and exchanging these spiritual practices from which your ethical foundations stem. Thank you for giving birth to growth national happiness, to carbon negativity, and the linkages between all of these. So please, for more deeper, for more cross-fertilization of all the ideas and experiences that have been brought here in future, we look forward. And for the sake of our children and our grandchildren, for the well-being of humanity, thank you.
I'll try to get the show on the road. I was asked to give 2 minutes, and so I've got it written out here. And what I really want to say is what has transpired these past few days is not merely a meeting of minds, but a convergence of lineages, disciplines, and visions that recognize each other across the boundaries of time and space. Each of us carries a unique imprint, what in traditions is called a Gnostic spark, or 𝐲𝐇, a piece of the timeless code from which everything arises. What happened here is a kind of a collective remembering of what we are and where we are gathering and why we are gathering here in body, in this time, and in this space. As we depart from Bhutan, I believe we're not simply returning to our respective personal life tracks. We are becoming living transmitters of what was activated here in our discussions. Given the existential risks humanity faces, the work ahead is not just academic or spiritual, it is evolutionary. We are exploring new ways of being human together. The call now is to deepen that collaboration, support authentic awakenings, and facilitate the emergence of global coherence through love, rigor, and wisdom. May this gathering be remembered as one of those moments when the future whispered to the present and we had the courage to listen. In a sense, we do not create the future. We become the future that has always been calling us.
Thank you all for your kind words. Feedbacks and appreciations always help us grow. And we hope that the center will offer even more at the next conference. A heartfelt thanks to all the speakers for your presentations and engaging discussions over the past 4 days. Your dedication made this conference possible. And to all the participants, thank you for staying with us through 4 days of rich dialogue. As we close this immersive conference, let me highlight the power of communication. Just like science, mindfulness, and meditation, communication plays a crucial role in taking our message to a wider world. It helped us extend this conference far beyond this hall and beyond Bhutan. Over the past 4 days, more than 100,000 people engaged with us on Facebook through our live stream. Over 11,000 joined virtually through YouTube. And more than 16,000 people danced along at last night's concert virtually. Our reach extended across the US, Europe, and South Asia. Mindfulness is on everyone's mind and everyone's lips today. But it is our responsibility to ensure people understand its meaning and value by making them be part of such conference. Special thanks to international journalists from China Daily, Buddhist Door, the Kathmandu Post, Hindustan Times, and Thai PBS for their coverage, which helped amplify our message. Deep gratitude to the PBS team for the live stream and to our national media for their support. To our amazing speakers, your contribution truly resonated. The social media appreciation pouring in says it all. Despite the persistent bell that you all must have hated the bell, your voices were heard loud and clear. Congratulations. It's okay, speakers, to clap for yourself. Please, round of applause. Thank you. Finally, to end the ceremony, please join our people from Central Monastic Body in offering the prayers. Thank you. I'm sorry for the miscommunication. We have our national singer, Kelden Hamo. Sorry for the miscommunication. Kelden Hamo. Huh? Please welcome Kelden and Sharaf, the lovely couple.
check. Hello. Yes. Hello, check, check. Yeah, hello, check. Hello, check, check. 1, 2, test. Hello, check, check. Hello, check, check. Hello, check. Let's. I hope you all had a good time here, La. Before I start singing, I'd like to request everyone to sing this one line with me. So it goes like, so ya la so. Can we practice, La? So ya la so. Once more, La. So ya la so. So the song is about the auspiciousness of our mind, La. If our mind is happy, our surrounding becomes happy. And I'd like to conclude this session by wishing everyone a very auspicious mind. May this session liberate all of us, La. Semda semgita la shi. Now, so ya la so. Semgi shutu ju na ta la shiba ya la chabashu. Please don't hesitate, La. Semgi shutu ju na ta la shiba ya la chabashu. Gumba la la le se so. So ya la so. Sengi chukur so ta la shiba ya la chabashu. Sengi chukur so ta la shiba ya la chabashu. Sache mi ye lumba so. So ya la so. Gumba la la li so ta la shiba ya la chabashu. Gumba la la li so ta la shiba ya la chabashu. Let's go one more time. Semda semgita la shi. So ya la so. Semgi shutu ju na ta la shiba ya la chabashu. Semgi Thank you, love.
May I request two Theravadan monks to give a dedication prayers for all our participants. Thank you. In the original word of Buddha, Pali.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Dhammāṃ saranang gacchāmi, Sanghaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Dutiyampi Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Dutiyampi Dhammāṃ saranang gacchāmi, Dutiyampi Sanghaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Tadiyampi Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Tadiyampi Dhammāṃ saranang gacchāmi, Tadiyampi Sanghaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Iti piso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho vijjacharana sampanno sugato lokavido anuttaro purisa dhamma sarati sattva deva manusanam buddho bhagavati swakhato bhagavata dhammo sandithiko akaliko ihipasiko opanayiko pacitang vidita pavinyohiti supatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho ujupatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Nyāyapatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Samici patipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Yadidang cattari purisa yugani Atha purisa pukala isa bhagavato savaka sangho Ahuniyo pahuniyo Dakiniyo anjali karaniyo Anutarang punyakitang lokasati Sabbitiya vivajantu sabbaroko vinasatu Mate bhavatundarayo sukhitigo yuga bhava Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata Sabha buddhanubhavena sada sukhi bhavantu te Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata Sabba dhammanubhavena sada sukhi bhavantu te Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata Sabba sanghanubhavena sada sukhi bhavantu te Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Thank you, Venerable Bandiji. Now, may I request Khenchen and Dojilebe with the monks of Central Monastic Body to give a very closing prayers. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you all know who have registered for tomorrow's travel to Punakha and Wangdiparang. Please, by 7, reach to the parking. We are all ready here to take all of you to Punakha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all.